Hello, everyone. Omni-sensei here with What If I Was Reborn in My Hero Academia with a Mangekyo Sharingan, Part 4. If you enjoy this content, please smash the like button. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description. I hope you enjoy listening to it.
Whoa. What a match. Present Mick's voice was hoarse but still enthusiastic. Bakugo Katsuki moves on to the semi-finals with an explosive victory. Aizawa sighed. That was reckless. Both of them. But hey. They gave it their all. That's what the sports festival is all about. Mike. What? Aizawa didn't respond, his gaze shifting to the medical bots carrying Midoriya away. Kid's got heart. But if he keeps this up, he'll destroy himself before he ever becomes a hero. In the general studies viewing area, Hana exhaled. That was insane. Kimura nodded, still staring at the destroyed arena. Yeah. I thought they were gonna blow up the whole stadium. Hana glanced at Yuta. You okay? You've been quiet. I'm fine. Worried about how you'll fare against Bakugo and Todoroki, huh? No. Huh. He totally is. Bakugo's explosive display probably spooked him. He's not without a chance, though. Yuta's speed is impressive. Even if he can't win first place, top 3 is within reach. Yuta's eyes twitched. Forget top 3. His next obstacle is Shiozaki. Dude, are you nervous about your next match? Yuta tilted his head. Not really. Kimura snorted. You're fighting Shiozaki. She just demolished Kaminari without breaking a sweat. Tanaka nodded. Her quirk is versatile. Defense, offense, range. She's a problem. Yuta shrugged. I'll figure it out. Hana stared at him. You're way too calm about this. Yuta didn't answer. Well, I've fought worse. Recovery girl's office, infirmary. The sterile scent of antiseptic filled the small room. Midoriya lay on the medical bed, arms wrapped tightly in thick bandages from shoulder to fingertip. Recovery girl sat on a stool beside him. Reckless, she muttered. Absolutely reckless. Standing near the doorway was All Might, still in his skeletal form, hands clasped behind his back. His expression was conflicted, pride mixed with concern. How bad is it? He asked quietly. Recovery girl sighed, adjusting her syringe cane. Both arms suffered severe microfractures. His right hand is worse, 3 fingers broken, ligaments torn. His ribs are bruised, possibly cracked. And he pushed his quirk far beyond safe limits. She looked up at All Might, eyes sharp. If he keeps this up, Tashinori, he'll cripple himself permanently. All Might's jaw tightened. I know. Do you? Recovery girl's voice hardened. Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you've been encouraging this kind of recklessness. All Might didn't respond. Recovery girl exhaled, softening slightly. He's got the heart of a hero. I'll give him that. But heart alone won't save him if his body gives out. She stood, tapping her cane against the floor. I'll heal what I can. But my quirk accelerates his natural healing, it doesn't create stamina out of nothing. He'll be out of commission for at least 2 days. Maybe more. All Might nodded slowly. Understood. He walked over to the bed, looking down at Midoriya's unconscious face. You gave everything you had, young Midoriya. His fists clenched. Even if you lost. You did it with heart. For a moment, he was silent. Then, Midoriya's eyes fluttered open. All Might. All Might's expression softened immediately. Easy, my boy. You're in recovery girl's office. Midoriya blinked, disoriented. His arms felt heavy. His chest ached. The match. He tried to sit up. Pain shot through his ribs. Ack! Don't move. Recovery girl snapped, pushing him back down gently but firmly. You're lucky you can move at all. Midoriya winced, settling back onto the bed. Did I? All Might's smile was sad. You fought valiantly, young Midoriya. But you were pushed out of bounds. Bakugo won. Midoriya's face fell. I lost. Silence. But you stood your ground, All Might said firmly. Even when the odds were against you. That takes courage, my boy. Real courage. Before Midoriya could respond, knock knock. The door opened. Uraraka peeked in, followed by Ida, Todoroki, and a few other classmates. Deku. Uraraka rushed over, eyes wide with relief. You're awake. Ida stepped forward, posture rigid but expression warm. Midoriya. We were worried. All Might stepped aside. Hello, sir. Hello. Midoriya's throat tightened. Everyone. Uraraka grabbed his hand, carefully, mindful of the bandages. You were amazing out there, Deku. Even if you lost, you gave it everything. Kirishima grinned from the doorway. Yeah, dude. That was the manliest thing I've ever seen. Kaminari nodded enthusiastically. Seriously. You went toe-to-toe with Bakugo. That's insane. Thanks, guys. Midoriya managed a weak smile. By the way, aren't you and Kirishima supposed to be competing right now? Ida adjusted his glasses. The arena sustained significant damage from your match. They're currently repairing it. The tournament will resume shortly. Midoriya blinked. The arena. Uraraka nodded. Yeah. You and Bakugo kinda destroyed it. Midoriya's face went pale. We did? Recovery girl sighed. Yes. And you'll be paying for it with surgery and 2 days of bed rest. What? Surgery? Not so loud. Come on, everyone out. Before anyone could respond to Recovery Girl's announcement, attention, everyone. The stage is finally fixed. We're ready to resume the sports festival. Kirishima Ijiro and Uraraka Achiko, please report to the arena. Present Mick's voice boomed through the speakers, echoing even into the infirmary. Kirishima perked up immediately. Oh. That's us. Uraraka squeezed Midoriya's hand gently one more time. Get better soon, Deku. I'll do my best out there. You've got this, Uraraka. Midoriya said, managing a smile despite the pain. Kirishima grinned, giving Midoriya a thumbs up. Rest up, man. We'll make it a good show. The two hurried out of the infirmary. Recovery Girl shooed the remaining students toward the door. All right. Everyone out. He needs rest, not a party. But, Kaminari started. Out. The class filed out reluctantly, offering encouraging words as they left. Todoroki lingered for a moment, meeting Midoriya's eyes briefly. You fought well, he said simply. Then he turned and left. Once the door closed, the room fell quiet again. All Might pulled up a chair and sat beside the bed, his skeletal frame somehow looking even more tired than usual. Young Midoriya, he began softly. I'm proud of you. You showed incredible determination out there. Midoriya looked down at his bandaged arms. But I lost, All Might. I couldn't beat him. I couldn't do what you wanted me to. Not yet, All Might corrected gently. But you will. You're growing stronger every day. And more importantly. He smiled. You're learning what it means to be a hero. Midoriya's throat tightened. Thank you, All Might. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment. Then Midoriya's gaze drifted toward the window, where the distant roar of the crowd could be heard. Uraraka and Kirishima are fighting now, right? All Might nodded. Indeed. It's an interesting matchup. Midoriya's brow furrowed thoughtfully. Kirishima's hardening quirk makes him incredibly durable. But Uraraka's zero gravity could turn that strength into a disadvantage if she can lift him off the ground. All Might chuckled. Already analyzing the match, are you? Midoriya smiled weakly. I can't help it. He stared out the window. Honestly, it's a unique face-off. I wonder who will win. 10 minutes later, the roar of the crowd was deafening. Present Mix's voice cut through the noise like a blade. And there it is, folks. Uraraka Ochako is out of bounds. Kirishima Ijiro advances to the quarterfinals. The stadium erupted in applause. What a match! Uraraka fought brilliantly, using her zero gravity to control the battlefield and keep Kirishima on the defensive. She nearly had him floating out of bounds twice. But Kirishima's relentless offense and rock-solid defense proved too much. That final rush, pure power and determination, pushed her right over the line. On the field, Kirishima extended a hand to help Uraraka up. You were incredible, Uraraka. Seriously, I thought you were gonna launch me into space. Uraraka took his hand, smiling despite the exhaustion and disappointment. Thanks, Kirishima. You were amazing too. They walked off the stage together to thunderous applause. Alright. Way to go, Kirishima. They were promptly welcomed by their classmates upon returning to the viewing area. Quite a show you put on. Hope you're okay, Uraraka. Yeah. A bit bummed out that I lost. Plus I might have a few aching bones that will require recovery girl, but I'll pull through. Kirishima grinned sheepishly in response. His attempts to prevent getting touched resulted in him using more force against a female than he would have liked. Sorry. It's okay. I get it. Her words stopped as the sound of footsteps drew their attention. A figure stepped into the Class 1A viewing room, Deku. Uraraka rushed over, eyes bright despite having just lost. You're okay. Ida adjusted his glasses. Should you be walking already? The surgery, I'm fine, Midoriya said quickly. Recovery girl cleared me to watch the rest of the matches. I just can't fight for a while. Kirishima grinned, still catching his breath from his match. Glad you're up, man. Thanks. It's a shame I missed your match. Congratulations. Thanks. Uraraka made it tough, though. I thought she was gonna launch me into orbit. Uraraka laughed, though her expression dimmed slightly. I tried. But I wasn't strong enough. Before anyone could respond, alright, folks. It's time for the first match of the quarterfinals. Present Mix's voice boomed across the stadium. Everyone's attention snapped to the arena. The bracket updated on the massive screen. Quarterfinals, Match 1, Yuta Akutami vs Ibara Shiozaki, finally. The General Studies kid is going on. What's with your excitement? I doubt this match will be as explosive as the last few. I know. I just love a good underdog rising. Meh. Can't argue with you there. Murmurs swept through the crowd. So, who do you think will win? Uraraka asked. Yuta for sure. Zero grinned. I feel he has this one in the bag. I don't necessarily agree. Momo adjusted her ponytail. Akutami's speed is impressive. But Shiozaki's quirk is highly versatile. She can attack and defend simultaneously. Mina's eyes lit up, nudging Hagakure. Hey, Hagakure, you still mad at him? Still want revenge for all those accidents? Hagakure sputtered. What? Mina's grin widened. Come on, you were so mad back then. Hagakure crossed her invisible arms. Well, since he reported Mineta and Kaminari's cheerleader scheme to us, I'll reluctantly let it slide. Kaminari and Mineta both groaned. We were so close. Mineta muttered. Midoriya watched the arena intently, analyzing. His speed is his biggest advantage. If he can close the distance before Shiozaki's vines fully deploy, he might be able to overwhelm her. Present Mix's voice exploded across the speakers. From general studies, the dark horse who shocked the entire nation, the speed demon himself, Yuta Akutamiya. Yuta waved to the crowd as he stepped into the arena. And from Class 1B, the Vine heroine with faith as strong as her quirk, the graceful guardian, Ibara Shiozaki. Shiozaki walked forward with hands clasped together in prayer. Come on, Shiozaki. Beat this bastard. Mineta yelled from the viewing area while standing on the railings. Mineta. Stop that. Shiozaki bowed to the crowd. May we both fight honorably. Yuta nodded. Sure. Midnight raised her whip high. Contestants, ready? Yuta's gaze grew serious. Shiozaki's eyes closed briefly in prayer. Begin. Midnight's whip cracked. Shiozaki's eyes snapped open. Thick vines burst from her scalp like a tidal wave, shooting across the arena like bullets. Chakra reinforced Yuta's body as he activated body flicker. Bang! The vines slammed into the ground where Yuta had been standing, shattering concrete in one move. He dodged. Shiozaki's eyes widened slightly. Where? She twisted, scanning the arena. Nothing. Her vines spread wider, creating a defensive perimeter around her. He's fast. But I won't let him. Thud. A sharp impact struck the side of her neck. Instantly, her body seized as strength left her legs. Ibara Shiozaki collapsed forward and felt arms catch her before she hit the ground. Yuta held her upright, one arm supporting her back, the other beneath her knees. He watched as her eyes fluttered, ultimately closing as she fell unconscious. With Shiozaki down, the rampant vines lost strength as well. The silence that followed was uncomfortable. Yuta didn't seem to notice as he held the sleeping angel in a princess carry. Then, Midnight's whip shattered it. Shiozaki Ibara is unable to continue. The winner is Yuta Akutami. The stadium erupted. Again. Did anyone even see that? 1 second Shiozaki's vines were everywhere, and the next, Akutami's already won. Another instant victory. This kid is unreal. Yuta walked calmly toward the medical bots waiting at the edge of the arena. He laid Shiozaki gently on the stretcher, adjusting her head so it rested comfortably. Well, that takes care of that. His gaze swept to the board that was currently replaying his win even though there wasn't much to see. If there are no unexpected circumstances, my next match is against Todoroki. His gaze drifted to Class 1A. Not surprisingly, they were all looking back at him. Two in particular with clear intensity. His lips curled to form a smile before heading back to the viewing area. This will be fun. Yuta disappeared into the tunnel. Midnight watched his retreating form. A slow, knowing smile spread across her face. Oh, what a wicked little talent, she murmured to herself, tapping her whip thoughtfully against her leg. General studies won't hold that one for long. Up in the Class 1A viewing box, Shoto Todoroki stood up the moment Yuta vanished into the tunnel. He didn't speak a word, merely leaving through the exit. Todoroki-kun. Uraraka muttered as he disappeared. Well, guess it's my turn. Ida stood up shortly after. Classmates. Please wish me luck. I'm up against Todoroki next. You'll need it, Ida. Zero called out. Todoroki is seriously powerful. Are you sure you're ready? Thank you for your concern, but I have to give it my all, Ida stated with firm resolve. My first match didn't really have any bright spots to consider. It was essentially a demonstration for Hatsume's support items. My family is watching this, and I don't want to disappoint them with a poor performance. He adjusted his glasses and continued. Though Todoroki is a formidable opponent, I shall utilize every strategy one have formulated to ensure a victory worthy of the hero course. Ida performed a quick bow. I must depart for the waiting room. Good luck, Ida. Uraraka cheered. Go get him, man. Kirishima shouted. Meanwhile, Yuta emerged from the arena floor tunnel, planning to circle back to the general studies stands. My performance up to this point should be enough to get me into the hero course, right? If he remembered right, then the qualifications for transfer basically rested on the will of the teachers. Even if none of the teachers recommend me, Nizu probably wouldn't let me stay in general studies after this. He rounded a corner near the stadium's service corridor and stopped at the sight of Todoroki heading into the student waiting rooms. Todoroki paused as well. The next few seconds passed in an awkward face-off. Until eventually, Todoroki broke away and stepped into the waiting room. Well, that was awkward. He thought, heading to the viewing area. A few minutes later Present Mix intro began. Alright listeners. Hope you've grabbed a drink because we are not slowing down. It's time for our second quarter-final match. These two have given us some of the best displays of tactics and power today. Ida felt a rush of anger as Present Mix words, some of the best displays of tactics and power, echoed in his ears. It felt like a deliberate slight. In the left corner. The son of Endeavor, the man whose power rocked the arena in the first round. Shuto Todoroki. And in the right corner. The class president with engine-powered legs. He's here to prove that Class 1's tactical speed is second to none. Tenya Iidea. Both are from hero families, so it's basically a battle of the elite. Contestants ready? Begin. Todoroki moved first, a massive expanse of ice instantly erupting from his right foot, surging across the arena. Ida dashed to the side, narrowly avoiding the freezing wave as it swallowed his previous location in seconds. He's using that much ice from the start. Ida zigzagged through the arena, but Todoroki would send a wall of ice, causing him to turn back. Eventually, Ida was boxed in the middle of several ice walls. It seems Todoroki is going for the kill immediately. Sure enough, a massive ice wave sweeping the available space between the walls rushed towards Ida. I was hoping to save this for the next match. Ida squatted at the sight before him. But it seems I have no choice. He pushed every muscle to its limit, launching himself into a massive standing long jump. The massive ice wave crashed beneath him, swallowing the spot where he'd been a moment before. He cleared the rear, soaring into the open air above the field of ice. As he reached his apex, directly above Todoroki, the exhaust pipes on his calves flared with a blinding intensity. Vroom! Recipro burst. This was the first time Tenya Ida had unleashed the technique in the sports festival. He took a downward thrust to convert his jump into a devastating, short-range plummet. Todoroki, completely focused on the predictable ground battle, expecting Ida to stay trapped, and having never seen this move before, was entirely exposed. Ida plummeted, delivering a high-speed axe kick aimed for Todoroki's head. The kick landed squarely on his shoulder and upper torso with concussive force. Ugh! The shock drove the air from his lungs. Todoroki was sent skidding violently across the concrete, tumbling backward several meters until he managed to slam his right hand down to stop his momentum, leaving a fresh sheet of jagged ice in his wake. Damn it! What was that move? His mind moved rapidly as he struggled to his feet. Icy residue was already forming on the shoulder Ida had struck. Before Todoroki could even fully regain his footing, Ida was already moving again. He used the momentum from the burst to spring off the ground, rocketing past the startled Todoroki and grabbing him by the collar. 8 seconds left on Recipro. Ida shot straight for the arena boundary. I'll use the remaining engine power to force him over the boundary line and, an ice-cold hand clamped his own. KSSH. Frost exploded across Ida's arm and then spread to the rest of his body. His exhaust froze mid-output, and his legs were engulfed with ice. I have more than ranged attacks, you know. Ice crawled up Ida's legs, locking them in place. Ida's momentum died. His torso followed. Within seconds, he was encased from the waist down. Ida tried to pull free, but his body wouldn't respond. The chill seeped into his bones. No! Todoroki stepped back, chest heaving with heavy breaths. A sharp pain throbbed where Ida's kick had landed. You almost had me, he muttered. To think you still had that up your sleeve. Ida gritted his teeth. Almost, isn't enough. Ida Tenya is immobilized. Midnight's announcement came through. Todoroki advances to the semi-finals. The crowd cheered. And there we have it. Todoroki advances with only half of his power. Incredible note in case you haven't noticed. He's only been using his right side all this time. This is the speed I'll have to deal with in the next round. Todoroki looked to the viewing area. It'll be tricky. His gaze shifted to Class 1A before turning away. Oh. Poor Ida. Uraraka said with a twinge of worry in her voice. Midoriya couldn't utter a word. He knew how important winning was to him. Unfortunately, Todoroki was just too strong. Todoroki's left side heated up, melting the ice encasing Ida. Within moments, he could move again. He stumbled slightly, legs stiff from the cold. You fought well, Todoroki uttered. Ida straightened, subconsciously adjusting his glasses despite the lingering chill. As did you, Todoroki. Congratulations. He bowed stiffly, then walked toward the exit. Brows furrowed enough to show his simmering frustration. I was so close. If I'd been just a second faster, he shook his head. No. Excuses won't help. I lost. That's all there is to it. Hosu City, hospital wing, Tensei Ida sat on the edge of a medical bed, wincing as a nurse wrapped fresh bandages around his ribs. Hold still, please. Sorry. His eyes were fixed on the TV mounted on the wall across from him. The sports festival broadcast played on mute, but the visuals told the story clearly enough. Tenya, frozen in place. Todoroki, standing victorious. The replay showed a wonderful match, albeit one ending in Tenya's loss. He got so close. The nurse finished securing the bandage and stepped back. There. Try not to overexert yourself for the next few days. Those ribs need time to heal. Understood. Thank you. She left, closing the door behind her. Tensei stared at the screen. Tenya walked off the stage, head held high despite the loss. You did well, Tenya. His hand moved to his side, where the bandages pressed against bruised ribs, a reminder of his own recent encounter. It seems both Ida brothers suffered losses today. Mask removed, he couldn't help but clench his fist. No. I couldn't even land a proper hit. While Tenya, he nearly won. Looking at Tenya on the screen, he sighed. He's already got down the recipro. Eventually, he'll surpass me. The thought didn't sting. It filled him with something quieter, pride, tinged with worry. Just, don't push yourself too hard, little brother. Alright, folks. We're not slowing down. Next up, quarterfinals match 3. The bracket was updated. Quarterfinals, match 3, Fumikage Tokoyami vs Rikido Sato. From Class 1A, the Dark Shadow wielder himself, Fumikage Tokoyami. Tokoyami stepped onto the stage, expression stoic. And his opponent, also from Class 1A, the sugar-powered strongman. Rikido Sato. Sato walked forward, already tearing into a sugar cube. Midnight raised her whip. Begin. Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow exploded outward from his stomach. Sato charged, fist cocked back. Once the dark shadow was in range, he threw a punch. The shadow dodged flexibly, damn it. Sato tried to pull back but it was too late. Dark shadow slammed into him like a freight train, launching him backward. He hit the ground hard, barely reacting when he was hit by another attack. Bang! Sato was knocked back. Stay on him, Dark Shadow. Tokoyami yelled from behind. Don't give him a chance to counter. Wear him down. The shadow hissed, weaving through Sato's high-power swings. Every time Sato's fist came close to making contact, the shadow elongated or contracted, avoiding his attacks and delivering stinging jabs. Occasionally, Sato would get one back, but Dark Shadow just recoiled before attacking again. It dodged his punch and swung from under upwards. Sato was sent flying midair. A finishing blow threw him backward with triple the velocity. He sailed through the air, his sugar rush finally bottoming out, and landed firmly outside the concrete ring. Midnight's whip cracked. Rikido Sato is out of bounds. Tokoyami Fumikage advances to the semi-finals. There it is. Present Mix voice boomed. A classic showdown of range versus raw power. Tokoyami takes it with a clinical finish. The arena isn't damaged this time. So let's see who we have up next. Quarterfinals, Match 4, Bakugo Katsuki vs Ejiro Kirishima. Alright, listeners. This is the one you've been waiting for. Two powerhouses from Class 1A going tio-tio-tio-e. Bakugo stepped out, his palms already producing small, rhythmic pops. Opposite, Kirishima was already hardening his skin, arms turning jagged. Ready to go down, shitty hair? Bakugo sneered. Kirishima grinned, slamming his fists together. Bring it on, Bakugo. I'm the only one who can actually take what you're dishing out. Begin. 5 minutes later, boom. The stadium rocked. A massive cloud of soot and debris obscured the arena. When the wind cleared it away, Kirishima was on his hands and knees near the edge of the ring. His hardening was crumbling and his uniform was tattered. The strain of maintaining it against that much concentrated heat finally broke his limit. Stay down, Bakugo growled. Kirishima looked up, gave a weak, respectful smirk, and collapsed forward. Kirishima Ejiro is unable to continue. Katsuki Bakugo moves on. And the semi-finals are set. Present Mike screamed over the roar of the crowd. The board updated, showing the 4 names remaining in the tournament: Yuta Akutami, Shoto Todoroki, Fumikage Tokoyami, Katsuki Bakugo. Match 1, Yuta Akutami vs Shoto Todoroki. Match 2, Fumikage Tokoyami vs Katsuki Bakugo. The visual on the big screen shifted, locking the 4 names into a new configuration. The stadium tension, already high, reached a fever pitch. Yuta watched the bracket finalize. Todoroki first. Then Bakugo. He stood, stretching his arms overhead. I guess I'm up again. Hana immediately grabbed his sleeve. Yuta. You're up against Todoroki. I have eyes, thank you very much. He rolled his eyes. Wish me luck. Yep. Go for it. Show 'em what Class 1D can do. A few other classmates chimed in as well. Beat him, Akutami. Make GS proud. You're the dark horse, ride it. Yeah, yeah. He stepped into the hallway, the noise of the stadium fading behind him. The corridor was quiet, just the hum of overhead lights and the distant rumble of the crowd. All right. How do I do this? He had been thinking about this for a while. As without a doubt, this would be the first fight he'd have to take seriously. Fast ice. Long range. He'll definitely be defensive, just like he was with Midoriya from Canon. I did insta-kill my last 2. Akutami. Yuta stopped. Huh. Hitoshi Shinso stood there with his hands in his pockets, back against the concrete. "You've made it pretty far," Shinso said, tone dry. "Farther than anyone expected." Yuta raised a brow. "Thanks." Shinso huffed. "Don't get the wrong idea. I don't know you. And you don't know me. Wasn't that obvious?" He pushed off the wall, finally meeting Yuta's eyes. "But if someone from General Studies is going to make the school rethink its precious hierarchy, it might as well be you." Yuta blinked again, not fully understanding where this was coming from. "Is he putting his hopes for getting into the hero course in me? May I ask where you are going with this?" Shinso's expression changed. "It's simple. You win this, and maybe the faculty starts paying attention to the rest of us. Not just the hero course golden children." Yuta tilted his head. That's what this is." Shinso hadn't made it to the finals. He'd been knocked out earlier in the bracket of the cavalry battle. A round lower than his original canon counterpart. But he'd made it to the final 42 in the obstacle race. As one of the only 3 not from the hero course to achieve it, that alone proved he had potential. Just not the flashy, combat-ready kind UA seemed to prioritize. "He's betting on me because if I win, it proves General Studies students aren't just filler. And if I prove that, maybe they'll take a second look at people like him." Yuta exhaled slowly. "So basically, you want me to win so you don't look bad by association." Shinso's lips twitched, almost a smirk. "Something like that." Yuta gave him a deep look. "All right. Fair enough." Well, it's not like he could say anything else. He walked past Shinso, heading deeper into the tunnel. "Akutami." Yuta glanced back. "Don't lose to the elite pick. As much as I hate to have to rely on someone else, if you're going to carry the banner for General Studies, don't drop it now." Yuta smirked slightly. "I don't plan on it." He turned the corner and disappeared into the waiting room corridor. Shinso stayed where he was for a moment, staring at the empty hallway. Then he pushed off the wall and walked back toward the stands. "Good luck, Akutami." In waiting room B, Todoroki sat in silence, staring at the floor. Akutami Yuta. His brain buzzed with countermeasures and contingency plans. He's fast. This was the only statement Todoroki could give at the moment. From the obstacle course to cavalry battles and one-on-one matches, his opponent had shown nothing but pure speed quirk-wise. Like Ida, but faster and more agile. For a moment, Todoroki was glad that Ida had been his last opponent. The memory of his recipro's sudden burst of speed left him unsettled, even now. If it had been a faster opponent, perhaps he would have truly lost. The memory of Shiozaki's loss appeared fresh in his mind. He's faster than anyone I've faced so far. However, he never actually used that burst speed much. During the race he only used it to get ahead of the robots and ran the rest of the way with normal speed. Even if that's chalked up to not wanting to take first place, it wasn't constant in the cavalry battle. Todoroki frowned. Regardless, I'll lose if he can close the distance. He exhaled. I'll just have to be defensive, and leave no blind spots to exploit. His battle plan was simple. End it quickly. Overwhelm him with ice before he can move. If he dodges the first, then do it again. The speaker crackled. Shoto Todoroki, please report to the arena. Your match will begin shortly. Todoroki walked toward the door, expression cold and focused. Let's finish this. Ladies and gentlemen. Heroes and citizens. We have reached the final 4. It's the match that has the internet divided. The General Studies Anomaly versus the Master of Ice. Present Mix voice exploded through the PA system. From the General Studies Department, the man who disappears in front of your eyes, Yuta Akutami. Yuta stepped into the arena. The cheering was massive, almost like the underdogs in the audience were screaming for a disruption of the status quo. And from the hero course, the man who needs no introduction, the son of the flame hero, all-round genius, Shuto Todoroki. Todoroki entered the ring, eyes burning with cold intensity. Midnight raised her whip high, her own excitement palpable. Contestants, ready? Yuta lowered his center of gravity. His heart rate slowed as chakra began to circulate through his legs, reinforcing the muscles for an explosive burst. Todoroki pulled back his right foot, frost covering the concrete. Begin. Todoroki didn't hesitate. He slammed his palm and a massive iceberg erupted from the floor, moving at a speed that dwarfed anything he'd used against Ida. Be it Midnight, Cementos, or the audience, everyone's expressions changed. It's the move he used against Zero. The avalanche of crystalline blue appeared before Yuta in an instant and engulfed the land where he stood. Ice engulfed the left side of the arena and rose to new heights. In an instant, a structure 50 feet tall nearly soaring over the open ceiling obscured everyone's view of the sky. Class 1D's viewing area had a literal glacier pressed in front of their faces. Holy shit! Kimura exclaimed at the top of his lungs. Hana, beside him, felt her legs go weak. You can say that again. The last time, the ice wave had been focused on Class 1A's viewing area. Now it was their turn. Hold on. Where's Yuta? Meanwhile, Todoroki leapt backwards the moment he unleashed his ice storm. The ground beneath him froze as he slid further away upon landing. Crack. Jagged ice spears rose in a circular pattern around him with a wave of his hands. The ice behind him grew higher than the ones in front. Let's see him get past this. This was Todoroki's countermeasure. Now show yourself. His eyes darted across the arena the moment he finished. Barely 3 seconds had elapsed. The audience now barely began to react. This? Again? Where's the kid? Did he get submerged? Class 1A and the rest of the audience were looking for the same thing. Did Todoroki get him? It seems so. I don't see him anywhere. The murmurs of the crowd were automatically ignored. Todoroki's vigilance didn't lessen one bit. Present Mick's eyes were locked onto the iceberg. Todoroki already gets a blow in right away. It seems he's trying to avoid close combat with Yuta with one decisive move. Did it work? Could the match be over already? No, it isn't. Aizawa, who hadn't said a word for so long, replied blandly. Todoroki's ice is different from last time. It's aimed. There's also the barriers around him. The kid's being careful of a counterattack. The match isn't over. Huh. Then where's Akutami? I don't see him down there. Look up. Huh. Crack. A corner of the glacier was smashed into. Everyone turned their heads, only to see a slender chunk of ice shoot out from the ice mass, straight towards Todoroki. What the? The projectile slammed into a quickly erected ice shield. Todoroki's eyebrows narrowed. I knew it. The sudden change startled the audience. There. No one knew who screamed it first. But everyone followed almost in unison. Heads tilted back and necks craned. Rows of spectators leaned forward at the same time without realizing it. Eyes focusing on a smashed area previously covered by ice. Midnight's eyes widened first. Oh. A soft ripple shot through the stadium. Up near the very peak of Todoroki's glacier, almost above the arena lights, where frost still billowed off the jagged crown, someone stood upside down. No way. Is he? Holy shit. The kid actually dodged that? Forget the dodge. How's he standing like that? Yuta crouched against the ice. Feet planted flat on the vertical surface as if gravity had forgotten about him. Well, that didn't work. His gaze was fixed on Todoroki, who was surrounded with ice shields. Is he really that cautious? Meanwhile, Class 1A stared in disbelief. Oh my quirk. Is he standing upside down? Ida cleaned his glasses and put them back on. He is. But, isn't his quirk speed-related? I don't know. Isn't it? Come to think of it. I don't ever remember anyone confirming it is. Midoriya scribbled so fast the pen tip nearly tore the page. He's using some kind of adhesion ability. No, it doesn't seem to have any relation to his speed shown. Could he be manipulating force distribution at the point of contact? That's insane. Present Mike nearly choked on his words. Akutami is on the ceiling of the ice? When did he? Eraserhead frowned. Is that support gear? Yuta and Todoroki locked eyes. How is he? Suction? Support gear? Todoroki's mind raced. No. It doesn't matter. He's exposed. Now's my. His thoughts had barely finished when Yuta flooded his palm with chakra. And struck the ice by his side. Bang! The glacier crown fractured like glass. Chunks the size of fists and plates broke away. Before gravity could claim them, thin glowing strokes flared across the shards, angular markings that lit up in clean white. Kanji. Finally, projectiles. He swept his arm. The air cracked. Ice bullets rained downward, arcing toward Todoroki like a cluster bombardment. Bang! The ice beside Yuta fractured like glass under a hammer. Chunks the size of fists and plates broke away, each one etched with a faint glowing kanji that hadn't been there a second ago. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. He uttered with dramatic flair. A hush rippled through the crowd. Todoroki's eyes widened just slightly. That strength? Yuta swung his arm. Ice shards descended towards Todoroki like a cluster bombardment. Trying to blindside me. Clever move. Todoroki reacted instantly. Ice blasted forward with a shift of his right leg to intercept the coming projectiles. This wasn't just an attack. It was to force him to block, obscuring his vision in the process. In a fight against someone faster than you, taking your eyes off the target would be a fatal mistake. Nice try. It won't be that easy to. Yuta's hand shifted. Both attacks had reached the point of collision when, FWIP. The descending shards suddenly split into two perfect curves. Bypassing Todoroki's defensive wall with a preternatural arc, before course-correcting through the air like heat seekers. What the? In the stands, Midoriya stood up so abruptly his notebook fell. He changed the trajectory. Incoming. Present Mike screamed. Cornered by the arcing projectiles, Todoroki stomped his right foot. Ice erupted around him, and the barricade surrounding him thickened into a massive, jagged bunker. Crack. 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 The shards slammed into the fortress with the force of mortar shells but failed to break through. Damn it. With his view obstructed, Todoroki didn't wait. Sensing the moment, Yuta activated body flicker. To the audience, he simply ceased to exist atop the glacier. There he goes again. Yuta emerged from the speed vacuum, appearing directly in front of Todoroki's barricade. Bang! The entire thing exploded. Huh? Yuta quickly stopped as waves of ice rushed towards him, spreading indiscriminately in all directions. This again. His eyes bled into a crimson red. Time slowed. The chaos of the explosion became a frozen map of geometric vectors. With a strained tilt of his head, he let a jagged chunk of ice graze his cheek, missing by a fraction of a millimeter. Then he leaped backwards as the rushing ice engulfed his last spot. Todoroki unleashes another massive blast. Yuta's on the retreat. No shit. The moment his legs touched the floor, Yuta disappeared. Todoroki didn't wait to see if the blast hit. He propelled himself backward on a slide of frost, creating distance he knew he desperately needed. Damn it. The muscles on his right side trembled slightly from the cold. a feeling he chose to ignore. That was too close. Just like Ida, he was once again caught off guard. To think he can control long-range projectile. What exactly is his quirk? He skidded to a stop, his eyes darting frantically across the arena. The ring was empty. Then, he looked up. There he was, falling from the sky. What's up with his eyes? Todoroki thrust his arm upward. Wham! A massive ice pillar punched toward the sky. This is Todoroki's chance. Midoriya swallowed. In the air with no leverage, there's no way he can. Seeing the incoming attack, Yuta twisted mid-air, spine bending with inhuman fluidity. That's gonna hurt. The pillar rushed past him by centimeters as he flipped and swung his arm downward. Shit! Todoroki launched an emergency burst of ice from his legs, skidding sideways across the arena just as Yuta's chakra-reinforced fist struck the frozen earth. Boom! The ground shattered on impact. Todoroki's pupils shrank. Now's my chance. He retaliated instantly, whoosh! A wide wave of ice barreled toward Yuta, missed. Yuta thought with annoyance. Watching the approaching attack in slow motion, a wave of chakra spread from his hands onto the cracked debris beneath it. Kanji symbols flickered across every ice and rock his chakra touched. Catch! He flicked his wrist. The shards shot forward in a devastating spread, not just blocking but destroying Todoroki's weakened attack. Ugh! Todoroki slammed his palms into the ice beneath him, forcing up a thick pillar shield. The barrage hammered into it, cracking its surface like spiderweb glass. However, bang! The ice shield shattered as Yuta closed the distance with body flicker and smashed right through. The shield bore the brunt of it, Todoroki's arms took the rest. The attack sent Todoroki skidding backward across the slippery surface, his heels carving deep grooves into the ice. He broke through that much mass with one hit? Todoroki gasped, cold air searing his lungs. Yuta didn't let up. Ignoring the pain of a repeated body flicker, he lunged through the ice dust created by the shattered shield. He covered the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Todoroki's pupils constricted. The rime on his skin had reached a critical thickness, making his right side too sluggish to respond. His joints were seizing from the cold. In that fraction of a second, the instinct to survive overrode every vow Shoto Todoroki had made to himself. Vroom! A roar like a jet engine ignited the center of the arena. Stay back! For the second time since the festival began, a violent surge of orange and red heat exploded from Todoroki. He used his left side. Class 1A thought collectively. The sudden expansion of air created a pressure wave that slammed into Yuta mid-strike. Boom! The collision of chakra-reinforced force and white-hot ignition turned the stadium into a steamer. Mist erupted as the glacier crown partially melted and shattered simultaneously. The shockwave sent both figures flying toward opposite ends of the arena. Yuta skidded, digging his fingers into the concrete to stop himself, the heat singeing his uniform. Todoroki landed hard, sliding on the slush. The arena went silent. Steam drifted through the broken landscape, leaving the scorched ground visible for the first time since the blast. Thud! Todoroki fell on one knee, releasing light pants. On his right side, the traces of ice evaporated rapidly. Ugh! He looked at his left hand, heat radiating off the skin and aggressively pushing back the frostbite. Damn it! His fists clenched tightly. I did it again. In the stands, the silence was broken by a sudden, jarring sound. Endeavor, the number 2 hero, stood upright. His own flames flared in a maniacal surge as his face twisted into a grin that looked less like pride and more like a predator that had finally seen its prey cornered. Yes, he thought, the word vibrating through his entire being. Finally, you accept it. All around the arena, the crowd erupted. He used his left side. That was fire, right? Todoroki has fire? I thought he only used ice. Is this the power of Endeavor's son? The scene was broadcast throughout the country. The eruption of heat replayed on the stadium screens from 4 different angles at once. Class 1A reacted in a chaotic chorus, "This is insane." He actually forced him to use it. Zero uttered. Hard to believe. He's only used his left side once throughout the entire festival. And it was against the same person. Mo's face was solemn. Todoroki said he'd never use his left side in the cavalry battle. To think he'd be forced to go against it. Are you kidding? This guy's shown so many abilities that I can't tell what his actual quirk is. Kaminari leaned forward like a fan watching a blockbuster. Bro's built differently, I'm telling you, Jiro slapped his arm. Now is not the time to be impressed. Midoriya's notebook remained forgotten on the floor. Todoroki used fire again, because of Yuta. That means Yuta pushed him past his mental threshold. That's not something even I managed. His gaze turned to Bakugo, who was watching the match intently. Just how strong is WWE have a major development. Todoroki Shoto has, I repeat, has activated his left side. His flame side. The arena temperature just spiked by 20 degrees. I cannot believe what I am seeing right now. Present Mike announced. Aizawa, half wrapped in his capture cloth, stared with a very slight narrowing of his eyes. So he dragged that kid past his mental barrier. Without provoking him. He exhaled. This match is getting dangerously high level. In the VIP staff seats, All Might's face turned grim. That level of power, neither of them are playing around. And young Akutami, still moving after that blow. His brows drew together. He's sturdier than I expected. The teachers murmured among themselves. Quite the power display. Yeah. With this kind of quirk, how the hell did he end up in general studies? Beats me. Own choice maybe? This match is turning into more than a tournament bout. If he hadn't used his left, Todoroki would have probably lost. The match is not over yet though. Back on the field, Todoroki staggered upright, flames still burning. I did it again. He panted hard. His chest heaved. I promised myself I wouldn't rely on that side. He swallowed, a bitter knot tightening in his throat. Shoto. The single bellow shook the stadium more violently than any explosion so far. The crowd froze mid-discussions. Present Mike blinked, halfway through a sentence. Where did that come from? Todoroki didn't need to look. His shoulders locked reflexively at the voice that had haunted his entire childhood. Heads turned, section by section, until every eye in the arena landed on Endeavor. The flames around his face burned brighter than they had all day. A grin split his features, one that had absolutely nothing to do with pride. Have you finally accepted your purpose? Endeavor didn't wait. He descended the concrete stairs step by thundering step. That's it. Very good. This is the dawn of a new era for us. Spectators shrank back to give him room till he reached the barrier separating the audience from the field. With my blood in your veins, you will surpass me. You will live out the purpose for which I created you. The words hit Todoroki harder than the blast he had just released. The flames on his left side sputtered, just a little as his jaw clenched. In the audience, a dozen phones captured Endeavor's declaration, recording history. The crowd began cheering once again with excitement. Present Mike fumbled for his mic, scrambling to fill the silence. WWOAH. And there's Endeavor. Looks like the number 2 hero's giving his fatherly encouragement to young Todoroki down below. Father-son bonding at its, hottest? Too soon. Too soon, Aizawa. Someone get security down there. If Endeavor steps past that railing, I'm expelling him from the premises myself. Aizawa muttered, though his gaze never left the ring. Todoroki's face darkened. Hidden beneath his lowered head were clenched teeth and tightened fists. "You damn basta." Crack. A faint sound cut through the roiling steam. Todoroki snapped his head toward it. In the distance, Yuta was rising. Slowly. TCH, damn endeavor. Here I thought I could win this on a counter if he attacked. He stood to his feet, eyes narrowed in annoyance. Ugh. That last strike actually hurt, though. I was too careless. The stadium noise dipped as the monitors zoomed in. The crowd winced in unison. His appearance was a jagged contrast to the pristine image he'd held all day. Half his uniform was scorched black, with one sleeve being burned entirely. His left arm was a roadmap of angry red blisters, and a raw burn mark trailed from his cheek toward his jawline. Oh my god. Ouch. That's gotta sting. Yes, he didn't come out unscathed from that last one. In a Hinohara apartment, a glass fell. Eri's eyes filled with tears as she clutched Aiko's arm. Why, Yuta? Aiko held her and comforted her. He's okay, dear. He'll be fine once this match is over, okay? In Class 1D's viewing area. Hana stood up, fists over her chest. Yuta. Kimura swallowed hard. That heat must have been insane. It's fine though. He'll be good as new once he goes to Recovery Girl's office. Maybe. But those burns are gonna hinder him for the rest of the match. The camera zoomed in. Akutami Yuta is still standing. But he's taken considerable burn damage from that blast. Look at his arm and, wait, camera, can you get a close-up on his face? The screen flickered, showing Yuta's face in high definition. His eyes. Is that another part of his quirk? They certainly weren't that red before, were they? The commentary caught the attention of the crowd. Todoroki's brows furrowed. It seemed my eyes didn't deceive me earlier. He ignored the roaring endorsement from his father, his focus entirely on the scorched boy in front of him. Speed, strength, that weird thing with the ice, and now this. There's no way his quirk is speed-based. That's probably just one application. But I don't know what the core principle is, so I won't be able to guess if he has anything else up his sleeve. Still, to think I'd be pushed to this point. His fists clenched. With a thought, the flames on his left side extinguished. Endeavor's grinning face turned dark. What is he doing? What are you doing, Shoto? This is your chance. Your flames have burned his arm and weakened his fighting ability. You can easily win this. No. The last time was an accident. I've already decided. To win with my ice alone. His words caused murmurs to spread through the audience. Todoroki didn't care. It doesn't matter how strong he is. His eyes grew determined. I'll win without his quirk. In the distance, Yuta's brows furrowed. Win, huh? Honestly, with their battle putting him clearly at a disadvantage, he didn't expect Todoroki to still be so stubborn. It seemed, without a strong enough ideological contrast, he wouldn't change his mind. In canon, this was exactly what Midoriya had done. By presenting his goals and motivations to reach the top, alongside the possibility of his own loss, only then was Todoroki enlightened. Fine then. Unfortunately, Yuta couldn't care less. Without Midoriya, Todoroki's internal conflict was destined to remain much longer than it should have. After all, he wasn't Midoriya, nor did he have any desire to strengthen his enemy. Through the focused clarity of his vision, the stadium lights stopped glaring, and the crowd became a distant hum. To the onlookers, he was staring blankly at his charred arm. In reality, thermal damage to the papillary layer. High level of inflammation. I just need to force cellular turnover. His pupils tracked the burn lines. The blistering. The tissue damage. Microscopic details Todoroki couldn't even imagine. Then, his quirk already activated to numb the pain, he went to work again. With the consumption of chakra, the burns began to recede at a rapid pace. The raw tissue on his cheek smoothed over, turning from an angry red to a clear tan. The scorched, dead skin flaked off his arm like ash in a breeze, revealing flawless, pink tissue underneath that quickly hardened into his original complexion. Much better. Yuta thought at the sight of his arm. Now let's see the effect it has on the audience. He didn't raise his gaze, but the silence all around said everything. Inside the broadcast booth, the mic went dead for 3 full seconds. What? Present Mike shrieked, slamming his headphones against the desk. Did he just regenerate? The replay was confirmed. Ladies and gentlemen, is that healing? Rapid, full recovery healing? On top of everything else? What is this kid's quirk made of? The crowd went into a fever pitch. He healed? He can heal? No way. How many abilities does this guy have? In the nurse's office, Recovery Girl watched the broadcast while sitting on her cozy chair. It looks like some benefit came out of his near-death experience. Though something is definitely wrong with his quirk. Todoroki stood with his mouth open, sharing the shock and disbelief in the audience. He healed? In an instant. What kind of quirk is that? Yuta flexed his fingers in the arena. Now then, what were you saying? Todoroki's expression hardened. What kind of quirk do you have? It's a secret. Though I can make an exception and let you know after my victory. Todoroki's features darkened even further. You're implying I'll lose. Yuta raised an eyebrow. And you're implying you'll beat me at half power, when you've already lost. Todoroki's breath caught for a fraction of a second. What? In response, Yuta pointed a finger towards him. For some reason, Todoroki felt a chill run up his spine. Without warning, he fired an ice blast towards Yuta. Watching the attack, Yuta placed both hands in his pockets just as the ice wave reached him. What's he? Todoroki's thought was cut short by a violent displacement of air. He didn't see the threat, but he felt the sudden, high-velocity rush coming from his blind spot. Behind him, a block of ice aimed for the back of Todoroki's skull with surgical precision. Todoroki barely tilted his head when, thwack. The sound of the collision was hidden beneath the roar of his ice attack. Bang! The surging wave of ice stopped less than 10 centimeters away from Yuta's body. Checkmate, Yuta inhaled. For Todoroki, however, everything lurched sideways. What? The thought barely formed when pain exploded across the back of Todoroki's skull. His vision blurred instantly, colors bleeding together, shapes distorting. I got hit? His balance vanished. When? How? The arena tilted sideways. Thud. His knees hit the concrete before he slumped to the floor. Todoroki's body went limp as he fell to the ground face first. The stadium was seized by a stupefying silence. Be it those in their seats or those watching on the screens, the sudden halt of Todoroki's attack and the bizarre nature of the knockout left the entire crowd suspended in disbelief. Then, murmurs rippled through the stands. Did he just get knocked out? What hit him? Was that ice? Where did it even come from? Present Mike was uncharacteristically subdued. Folks. I think Todoroki just got hit. From behind. By his own ice? The match might most likely be over. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. So his quirk really can control objects. But from the looks of it, it's not pure telekinesis. His gaze fell on Todoroki. He started well, but unfortunately, Todoroki's vigilance wore off. Then turned his gaze to someone else. Though that can't be blamed on him entirely. In the VIP section, Endeavor stood rigid. His son, his greatest masterpiece, lay face down on the concrete, unconscious and defeated. By a brick of his own ice? Unacceptable. Instantly, his expression curdled, flames flaring so violently that the spectators not far away flinched. "Get up, Shoto. Don't disgrace yourself like this." His fists clenched so hard the armrest beneath his hand splintered. Midnight stood frozen, whip half raised. She looked at Todoroki's crumpled form, then up at the ice chunk resting peacefully behind him. Shoto Todoroki is unable to continue. Her voice trembled slightly at the sheer absurdity of the finish. "The winner is..." Just then, Todoroki's body twitched. Midnight stopped. The entire stadium, focused on the referee, immediately turned back to the fallen student. Todoroki's fingers curled against the concrete. Then his arm shifted. "He's moving," someone whispered in the crowd. "No way. After that hit? Is his skull made of metal?" Even Yuta's raised an eyebrow in slight disbelief. "He's still conscious." Todoroki's body trembled. His hand pressed flat against the ground, pushing. Slowly, agonizingly, he forced himself upright. Endeavor's cloudy face eased. "He's still awake?" Present Mike yelled. "Ladies and gentlemen, Shoto Todoroki isn't out of the match yet." Todoroki struggled to push himself up. His vision was a chaotic swirl of color and light, his head pounding with a dull, throbbing pain. The tingling at the back of his skull was the only coherent sensation. He hadn't lost consciousness entirely, but his state was barely functional. "It's not over," Todoroki uttered while looking down. "I haven't lost yet. Meanwhile, damn it. This is bad." While his words may sound tough, his current situation was anything but. As in front of him, he saw not one Yuta Akutami but 9. "My vision's no good. Forget winning. I can't even fight like this." From the stands, Endeavor leaned over the railing. "Use your left side. Do it, Shoto." The boy remained unresponsive. Endeavor gritted his teeth. "Do you really want to lose now? After coming so far? Fight. Fight? I'll probably fall if it take one more." Whoosh. A blur of wind and speed shot past his ear. Todoroki's eyes widened, his body activating his right side on instinct, when he felt a force landing on his neck. Instantly, the world darkened. The last coherent thoughts he could muster were incomparably bitter. "I lost." In the arena, everyone watched as Todoroki dropped for the second time. This time, there was no chance he would get back up. Midnight swung her whip up. "The winner is Yuta Akutami." The medical robots zoomed onto the field while the official announcement ignited the arena. Cheers and roars erupted from the audience. Regulars and pro heroes alike. "He did it!" Present Mike screamed, his voice strained with genuine excitement. "The General Studies Dark Horse has defeated the Crown Prince of UA. An instant knockout. A clever, tactical win." In the VIP section, Endeavor didn't move. His flames were burning so intensely that anyone would think he was about to explode. The sheer humiliation of the loss, defeated by his own son's stubbornness and a cheap trick, was clearly boiling inside him. Down below, Yuta finally exhaled as his eyes returned to normal. "This would have been so much easier if I could use Genjutsu." He flicked toward Todoroki's unconscious body as the medical bots scanned him. "Stubborn bastard. I honestly thought he'd stay down the first time." His attention came back to the thunderous applause from the audience. People jumped to their feet. Chants began spiraling through the stands. "AKU TMI. AKU TMI. AKU TMI." Cameras flashed from every direction. The spotlight locked onto Yuta, who, after a brief moment, broke out of his daze and waved. In Class 1A, the reactions varied. "Kaminari, pick up your jaw," Jiro muttered. "I can't. It's stuck." Kaminari squeaked, leaning forward in disbelief. Uraraka clapped a hand over her mouth. "He really won. I can't believe Todoroki lost." Well, nothing, it seems. Ida uttered solemnly. Todoroki's loss wasn't unjustified. Right. So is no one going to talk about the thing with Endeavor and refusing to use his fire side? Midoriya wasn't listening. Todoroki's lost. His gaze turned to see Bakugo standing and leaving the viewing area. He remembered Bakugo's last words on their first battle training concerning Todoroki. Then I saw the guy with the ice and I realized I couldn't beat him. It had been nearly a month since then. I wonder what you think now. Kachan. The audience devolved into murmurs on the last battle as Cementos began clearing out the ice. None of this had anything to do with Yuta, who headed back into the tunnel towards the recovery girl's office. Great. Now I need a new uniform. Yuta thought, peeling away the charred remains of his left sleeve. The skin beneath was perfectly fine. A testament to his quirk's chakra-powered ability. He didn't need an examination. Apparently, Recovery Girl didn't care about his opinions when it came to personal health. Midnight's orders came right after the match to head to the nurse's office. Meh. No harm done anyway. She'd probably chew him out for overusing his healing factor, and then kiss his non-existent injury anyway. I wonder what Mom and Eri think. They must have been worried sick when I got hit by the fire. I should give them a call. He turned a corner toward the medical wing. The hallway was brightly lit and perfectly empty, except for one figure. Standing directly in the middle of the corridor, blocking the route to the infirmary, was Endeavor. Yuta paused, his good mood evaporating. Well, this can't be good. The number 2 hero was massive. His armor-like suit gleaming under the fluorescent lights and his face was devoid of the wide grin he had when Todoroki unleashed his flames. Akutami Yuta, Endeavor finally spoke. His voice was lower and harsher than he probably intended it to be. I have questions I want you to answer about your quirk. Back in the arena, the crowd detonated with noise. Present Mick's voice thundered across the stadium, all right everyone, this is it. The final match of the semi-finals. Bakugo walked out first, his feral expression nowhere to be seen. From the opposite tunnel, Tokoyami emerged. The audience roared, stomping and chanting, vibrating the whole arena. Present Mike practically screamed into the mic, the winner of this match will advance to face Yuta Akutami in the finals. Bakugo rolled his shoulders. Tokoyami's arms remained folded. Midnight lifted her whip. Combatants ready. The stadium held its breath. Present Mike leaned forward, semi-finals. Match start. The arena exploded. Boom. Bakugo didn't waste a nanosecond. He launched himself across the concrete the instant Midnight cracked her whip. Tokoyami slid back, boots grinding against the arena floor as Dark Shadow surged out to meet the assault. Wham! Black talons intercepted Bakugo's outstretched arm, sparks and shadow clashing in midair. Bakugo snarled, more animal than human, and spun with the recoil, blasting himself up and over. Don't think I'm letting you stall me. Humph, Dark Shadow, defend. Explosions resounded throughout the arena as Bakugo and Tokoyami engaged. The battle sent excitement through the crowd as their roars shook the stadium. However, in the tunnel, the thunderous boom from the arena was the only sound accompanying the tense silence in the corridor. Yuta felt the explosion rattle the concrete floor beneath his feet, a useful reminder of the ongoing threat he was walking toward. Great. Just what I needed. He forced his shoulders to relax, but his heartbeat didn't get the memo. What the hell does he want? Revenge for Shoto? A warning? Or was he going to intimidate him into forfeiting the finals? One thing was certain. Endeavor looking for him was never a good thing. Having only watched up to Season 4 of My Hero from his previous life, Yuta's impression of the Flame Hero was in no way favorable. Akutami Yuta, Endeavor finally spoke, his voice more menacing than he intended. Tell me about your quirk. Yuta raised an eyebrow. Is that an invitation to join your agency or a formal interrogation, sir? Do I need a lawyer? Endeavor didn't acknowledge the sarcasm. His gaze dropped to Yuta's arm, then back to his face. Twice. You forced Shoto to use his other half subconsciously, Endeavor stated. It says a lot about your strength. And in watching you, I've noticed your power doesn't fit the regular classification of most quirks. Is that so? Yes. You've shown 5 different sub-abilities so far that seem to have nothing to do with each other. Tell me. What exactly is the core of your power? He took a slow step forward, the temperature in the corridor climbing sharply. Tell me the parameters of your quirk, Endeavor commanded, his eyes burning with proprietary intensity. I need to know the capabilities of the power that stands in the way of my son. A silence stretched, broken only by the muffled roar of the crowd far away. Until then, thud. 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 Yuta casually dropped his shoulders and resumed walking past Endeavor, heading toward the faint red glow of the nurse's office sign. Endeavor's body stiffened, his flames flaring momentarily brighter from the shock of the dismissal. Where are you going? He demanded. Yuta shrugged. I was called to the nurse's office. You aren't deaf or something, are you? Didn't you hear my question? Yuta stopped a few paces away, his back still to the pro-hero. His brows shot up. Huh? Oh, that. I did. Endeavor frowned. Then why don't you answer? He shrugged. Well, it sounded like a stupid-ass question, really. So I elected to ignore it. Endeavor's face darkened, the fire around his jaw intensifying. Are you mocking me, brat? Not really, Yuta replied honestly. I mean, why would anyone answer that? He gestured. Demanding personal information about my quirk? In a sports festival? From a hero I've never met? That's just dumb. And weird. He tilted his head. Most pro-heroes don't reveal the specifics of their quirks, right? Kind of seems like common sense. Endeavor released a nasal grunt. I am the flame hero, Endeavor. Do you truly believe I would use your information to sabotage you? 2. Sell you out? Yuta blinked innocently. Don't you want the information to make sure I never stand in Shoto's way again? You know, his destiny to surpass you and all that? The heat in the corridor suddenly became unbearable. Endeavor's eyes were blazing. Where did you learn that? You practically said it while we were fighting, remember? With my blood in your veins, you'll surpass me. You will live up to the reason I created you, or something like that. Well, I guess I'm right. From Yuta's understanding, Enji Todoroki's motivation was purely legacy and his position as the number 2 hero. So it's pride and ego. Todoroki was his masterpiece. It was one thing to be beaten by another student. It was another to be beaten by someone not even in the hero course. A kid from general studies doing it must have been upsetting. Worse still, it wasn't close. While not an instant kill, Todoroki had been mostly on the defensive the entire fight. Only landing the first hit after being forced to use his left side in an unexpected attack. Even then, Yuta had easily healed from the burns. Such a performance from a kid with no training made Yuta a variable. One Endeavor wouldn't tolerate being outside his knowledge base after witnessing it. His demand for Yuta's quirk information was to determine whether Yuta had the potential to be a problem and how to train Shoto to curb that problem. You defeated my son, Endeavor hissed, taking another heavy step. If you possess a power that can negate the flames of my lineage, I have a right to understand it. He paused, seemingly thinking of something. Of course I won't let your troubles go unrewarded. Your goal must be to join the hero course. I'll send an internship offer for you once this is done. You'll have the opportunity to intern with Shoto alongside me to learn what it means to be a true hero. Yuta blinked again. Was that supposed to be a benefit? Does Endeavor think too highly of himself, or is it just me? Well, early-stage Todoroki's attitude had to come from somewhere, right? This guy must be delusional. Forgive me. But my quirk is none of your business. Yuta shook his head. And besides, even if you weren't planning anything shady, it's still a stupid question. Endeavor's flames snapped violently at that, but Yuta remained unmoved. Well, it was a pleasure to speak to the number 2 hero, he said with slight emphasis and an innocent smile. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get medically bullied by an old lady. Goodbye. Yuta waved and kept walking. The hallway turned into an oven. You brat! Endeavor roared, the sound magnified by the narrow concrete corridor. He stepped forward. The temperature spiked, 40, 50 degrees in an instant. Yuta felt sweat bead on his neck. But he didn't stop walking. Careful, Endeavor, he said without looking back. Threatening students on UA property is a bad look. Especially after your son just lost. Endeavor's flame sputtered violently, his massive frame trembling from the insult and the near violation of hero law. He had expected terror, submission, or at least a frantic dodge. He got a casual admonishment. Watch your tongue, boy. I will not take this disrespect. Or what? Silence engulfed the tunnel. I see we have the same answer. Now I am going to the finals, Mr. Endeavor. I won't be joining your agency in the future. And I won't be giving you a cheat sheet. Now, if you attempt to physically assault me again, I will not simply walk away. Yuta didn't wait for a response. He turned and resumed walking, leaving the towering, enraged hero standing alone in the overheated corridor, his flames roaring silently in frustration. I probably could have handled that situation better, couldn't I? Being at odds with the current number 2 hero probably wasn't the smartest move. Finally leaving Endeavor behind, Yuta shoved open the door to the infirmary. I'm reporting for my mandatory, he paused. Recovery girl sat in her chair, seemingly going through something. She was not alone. Shoto Todoroki was already sitting on a bed nearby, a small bandage barely covering the back of his neck where Yuta delivered the final strike. They both locked eyes. Right. He's here. With the encounter with Endeavor, he had forgotten Todoroki would also be here receiving treatment. What really surprised him, though, was the man standing beside Todoroki in a well-tailored suit stood bright blonde hair and bulging muscles. All Might? All Might wore the same wide grin Yuta had seen 100 times on TV. Ah, young Akutami. All Might boomed. Perfect timing. We were just discussing. He trailed off, his gaze sweeping over Yuta's intact body, then to Todoroki's bandaged neck. Your decisive victory. Recovery girl spun around, her face scrunched up in annoyance. Finally, you brat, she snapped, marching towards Yuta. I swear, your student body is only surpassed by your student stupidity. Get over here. Let me look at you. I'm perfectly fine, recovery girl. My quirk, I know what your quirk does, you fool. But that doesn't mean I don't need to check for secondary trauma. She grabbed his head with surprising strength and forced him forward, her cane pointing to a nearby bed. Sit. And don't you dare try to heal anything until I get a proper scan. You've just been in a horrible accident and here you are forcing self-repair again. If it were up to me, you wouldn't even be participating in the sports festival. Yuta sighed, submitting to the immediate chaos. He sat down and risked a glance at Todoroki. Shoto was conscious and glared straight back, his expression a complicated mix of anger and humiliation. Match 2 of the semi-finals is underway with Tokoyami and Bakugo giving it everything they've got. Present Mick's voice resounded from the TV screen. However, it seems that Bakugo's rush is unstoppable. Boom! Having another blast blocked by the black entity, Bakugo's veins twitched. TCH. That thing is so annoying. He twisted midair, performing a complex maneuver and released another explosion. Dark Shadow twisted simultaneously, shielding Tokoyami once again. Smoke obscured Tokoyami's vision as he stepped back. The stamina needed to keep up these attacks. Another explosion came directly from the smoke, forcing Tokoyami to retreat with Dark Shadow bearing the brunt of it. I underestimated him. Tokoyami's quirk has been nearly invincible. But this time, he's been solely focused on defense. Blast after blast hammered on his defense as Bakugo refused to let up. Just fall already, you bastard. I have bigger fish to fry. In the stands, Midoriya. What's wrong with Tokoyami? Yeah. He attacked pretty well for you guys in the cavalry battle. Now it seems he's focusing on defense. Does he want to wear Bakugo down? I'm not sure, really. Midoriya replied, his face solemn. Uraraka and Ida carried similar expressions. He can't adjust from defense to attack because of the light from the explosions. The weakness he shared with us. It's the worst possible matchup. Midoriya thought. He might still have a chance if Bakugo hasn't found out yet. If not. Boom. Bakugo flew up like a rocket. Now. Catch him, Dark Shadow. The black entity shot forward with extended hands. Bakugo blasted, one hindering Dark Shadow's advance and the other dodging its attack by changing direction. That's it. Bakugo's eyes widened. Landing behind Tokoyami, he placed both palms together, condensing what looked to be a miniature sun in his palms. Stop him. Stun grenade. Dark Shadow instantly shielded Tokoyami. A cloud of smoke rose to the sky as Bakugo's explosion rocked the arena. Followed by a flash of light that momentarily blinded the cameras. Hey! Everything's covered in smoke. I can't see anything. Present Mike leaned forward. What happened? The light dissipated, revealing Bakugo hovering over a slumped Tokoyami, clamping him by the beak. Did you know about Dark Shadow's weakness? I figured it out after attacking over and over, you idiot. It wasn't that hard. Bakugo sneered in response. Ultimately, it was a bad matchup. I kinda almost feel bad for you. Tokoyami grunted and stopped struggling. I give up. Tokoyami gives up. The winner is Katsuki Bakugo. Midnight announced. The audience exploded. Bakugo let go of Tokoyami and rubbed his aching arms. With this, the final match will be between Yuta and Bakugo. Bakugo's brows furrowed as he looked towards General Studies. The opponent he was looking for was nowhere to be seen. TCH. The thunderous roar from the stadium was the backdrop to the quiet tension in the infirmary. Recovery Girl pulled her scanning device away from Yuta's chest with a final huff. Well, you idiot, the external damage is non-existent, thanks to your ridiculous ability to force cell replication. But stretching your body's healing ability was extremely unwise. Come over here. She planted a quick, powerful kiss on his forehead. There. Now get out. I have two final participants to deal with, she said, pointing to the screen where a weary-looking Tokoyami was being carried to the tunnels, followed closely by a scowling Bakugo. Yuta stepped off the bed, feeling refreshed. All Might, who had been observing the exchange with a deep solemnity, placed a massive hand on Todoroki's uninjured shoulder. Young Shoto, you fought brilliantly. I know this defeat must sting, especially given your emotional struggle. But this festival. It is about growth. You pushed your limits and performed wonderfully. Your journey is just beginning. He squeezed Todoroki's shoulder gently, then turned to Yuta. And young Akutami. Your performance was truly impressive. The tactical mastery, the control. With this level of performance, your entry into the hero course is all but guaranteed. You have certainly earned your place in the finals. All Might winked. Good luck. With a nod, All Might turned and exited, leaving the two rivals alone in the room. Recovery girl busied herself with preparing a bed for the approaching participants. An unbearable silence settled between Yuta and Todoroki. Well, this is awkward. Yuta stood up and grabbed the door handle, ready to make his escape. Wait. Yuta stopped. He looked back at Todoroki, who was swinging his legs off the bed, his face still etched with fatigue. What is it? You won. Todoroki uttered. So tell me, what exactly is your quirk? Oh, yeah, I did say I would tell him. Yuta took his hands from the door and let the handle go. My quirk is enhanced control, Yuta explained, keeping his explanation deliberately simple. Basically, it grants me much greater control over my own body than what's normally possible. I see. Todoroki's brows tightened, his gaze flickering briefly to Yuta's arm, likely remembering how it healed mid-fight. So your abilities are all extensions of my quirk, Yuta finished. Silence lingered. Todoroki seemed to mull it over, shifting slightly on the bed. If that is true, then it raises another question, Todoroki stated, pushing himself fully off the bed. Why are you in general studies? His heterochromatic eyes narrowed. With that kind of quirk, the robot test shouldn't have been an issue. You should have passed easily. Yuta blinked, then chuckled. I didn't participate. Todoroki's frown deepened. You didn't? Why? Well, let's just say I'm a lot stronger than I was a month ago. Yuta shrugged, leaning back against the doorframe. To me, there was no point in participating back then, Yuta added casually. Todoroki's frown deepened into a hard crease. Is he insinuating that he achieved this dramatic shift in power, enough to defeat me, in just 4 weeks? The statement was arrogant, almost insulting, yet Yuta's performance made it impossible to dismiss. That's impossible. Hehe, you probably would have said the same thing if someone told you you'd be forced to use your fire. Trust me, you have no idea what's possible. I see, Todoroki conceded, deciding to table the unbelievable claim. He knew Yuta was capable of lying, but his next question was far more important to him to care. In that case, I have one more question. Yuta raised a brow. Go ahead. Todoroki's eyes locked onto him. I want to know, he said, voice low, what's your motivation to be a hero? Recovery girl, busying herself with arranging equipment, paused just long enough to glance at them before returning to her work. My motivation? Yuta fell silent. The first thing that came to mind was an elaborate philosophical answer. Something about finding his place and protecting the vulnerable, the kind of deep motivation expected from a protagonist. Yeah. That's definitely not it. You haven't thought about it much, have you? Todoroki muttered at his silence. Does it matter? You beat me. So it matters. Not just to me. Yuta raised an eyebrow. Then what if I said I wanted to be a hero for fun? I wouldn't believe that. Todoroki replied blandly. You're really in an introspective mood today, huh? He didn't respond. Yuta's eyes drifted upward, as if searching for the simplest version of the truth. Honestly, the license. Todoroki blinked. That was clearly not what he expected. Huh? The provisional hero license, Yuta repeated. That's my motivation. Todoroki stared blankly, waiting for the punchline or the deeper, hidden meaning. When none came, he slowly shook his head. That's a requirement, not a motivation. Every hero student wants the provisional license. It's the bare minimum for field experience. Why would that drive you to the top of the sports festival? Yuta sighed, running a hand through his hair. This was the part where the pragmatism clashed with the idealism. Because the fastest way to get the provisional license is to transfer into the hero course, and the only way to transfer into the hero course, after missing the entrance exam, is to prove you are objectively better than the hero course students during the biggest televised event of the year. Yuta stopped leaning and stood up straight, his expression becoming intensely serious. If you need more than that, then I want the license so I can freely use my abilities whenever the need calls for them. That's it? Yeah. That's it. No grand speeches. No legacy. No symbol of peace, ambitions. Yuta tapped his chest lightly. If I run at super speed to stop a purse snatching, that's vigilantism. If I use a directed blast of energy to break open a collapsed building, that's reckless endangerment. Yuta tapped his chest lightly. I possess abilities that, by current law, make me a walking menace if I use them without government sanction. But I am inherently strong, and I am getting stronger every day. He spread his hands slightly, a faint, almost invisible wisp of energy momentarily swirling around his palms. But I can't even train openly without risking someone filing a complaint. So what's the point of having abilities if you can never use them? Todoroki couldn't reply. So you're saying you don't care about being a hero? In essence, yes. Does it bother you? It's unexpected. Well, I apologize if it disappoints you that I'm not here searching for some deeper calling. But that's my goal. You turned with a slight smile. And if saving people and fighting villains is the legal requirement to achieve it, I guess I can live with that. Todoroki stared. Nothing in his hero upbringing had prepared him for that answer. I see, Todoroki murmured, absorbing the context. Good. If there's nothing else, I need to go. Unlike you, I have calls to make and a new uniform to find before the finals. He cracked the door open, pausing just before going through. I don't know what you have going on with your dad. I honestly don't care much either. But for what it's worth, you're strong. You don't need your left side to prove it. Todoroki's breath hitched ever so slightly. However, nevertheless, you'll never beat me without it. Yuta said before closing the door behind him. Silence. Todoroki didn't move from the bed, still staring at the door Yuta had closed. Confusion? Maybe. Or something else. He wants to be a hero, for legal immunity. It was so far removed from everything Todoroki had been raised to believe about heroism that he genuinely didn't know how to process it. No talk of justice. No mention of protecting others. Not even the corrupted ambition his father carried, the desire for recognition, for supremacy. Just freedom. Freedom to use his abilities without consequence. Is that really so different from what I want? The thought emerged unbidden. After all, hadn't he spent his entire match trying to prove he could win without his father's power? Wasn't that its own form of seeking freedom? Quite the conversation you two had there. Todoroki's head snapped up. He'd almost forgotten Recovery Girl was still in the room. The elderly woman kept her back to him, sorting through medical supplies with practiced efficiency. That boy's got a mouth on him, I'll give him that, she continued, shaking her head slowly. Completely pragmatic. Utterly self-interested. Not a shred of traditional heroic idealism. Reminds me of half the pro-heroes I've treated over the past 40 years. She let out a dry chuckle. At least he's honest about it. Most of them lie to themselves until they believe it. Todoroki opened his mouth, then closed it. Recovery Girl waved her cane dismissively. Don't look so scandalized, boy. The world isn't as black and white as you young ones like to think. That wasn't. Honestly, you kids overthink everything. That boy just told you he wants a license the way people want a driver's permit, she grumbled as she cut him off. And you're standing there acting like you've witnessed a philosophical revelation. Now get out. I have actual injuries to prepare for, and you're taking up valuable bed space while you have your existential crisis. Todoroki took a breath. Understood. The door closed behind him. Good Lord. Every year it's the same. Boys with trauma, reckless gremlins, muscle idiots, never one quiet child who does as they're told. The corridor outside the infirmary was considerably quieter than the stadium above. Yuta's footsteps echoed softly against the concrete as he made his way toward the waiting rooms. The muffled roar of the crowd filtered down through the ceiling. Present Mike was probably hyping up the upcoming finals to keep the audience engaged during the intermission. That went, weirdly well, actually. He'd expected more pushback from Todoroki. More accusations. Maybe even anger at being told his motivations were inadequate or selfish. Instead, the half-and-half student had just accepted it. Does he actually get it? Or does he just think I'm hopeless? Not that it mattered much either way. Still. Todoroki asked a fair question. Do I want to be a hero? The answer should have been simple. After all, he just explained his entire rationale to Todoroki not 5 minutes ago. But do I actually see myself rushing into danger to save people? The question hung in his mind as he walked, his pace slowing slightly. Images flickered through his thoughts, not memories of this life, but scenes he'd watched countless times in another one. Deku breaking his body to save a child. All Might standing against impossible odds. Todoroki himself chose to use his fire not for victory, but because someone told him it was his power. Heroic sacrifices. Selfless acts. The kind of moments that defined what it meant to be a hero with a capital H. Would I do that? He honestly didn't know. The thought should have bothered him more than it did. I'd probably help if I was already there. If it was convenient. If pain lanced through him everywhere at once. Yuta stopped, hand instinctively moving to his chest. It wasn't severe but felt more like the warning twinge of a muscle about to cramp. However, it was widespread, radiating from his core outward through his limbs. What the hell? Yuta frowned. Recovery girl already healed me. So if I'm still feeling this. His Sharingan snapped open. A web of faint red lines lit up beneath his skin, chakra pathway straining and pulsing, threads stressed to their limits. Figures. Not nearly enough cooldown. And I've been pushing my body since morning. His pathways hadn't had time to fully recover. It was fine earlier between matches, but now they were protesting. He felt his chakra reserves and realized that he was running low. Can I actually keep this pace for one more? He turned the corner. Stopped. Bakugo stood there. The hallway suddenly felt a size smaller. Hi. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. You. Huh. Bakugo walked toward him with steady steps. I'll be honest, he said, I didn't expect you to advance this far. Thanks. All this time, I figured my finals opponent would be half-and-half or Deku. He jabbed a thumb carelessly over his shoulder. But it looks like I miscalculated. He stopped directly in front of Yuta. Whatever. Doesn't change the ending. Yuta opened his mouth to respond, but Bakugo wasn't finished. Listen up, General Studies. Bakugo leaned in. I don't care how you beat Todoroki. I don't care what tricks you've got hidden. When we're in that arena, you're going to come at me with everything you have. No holding back. No testing the waters. No bullshit. His hands ignited briefly with small crackling pops. Because when I crush you, and I will crush you, I don't want there to be a single doubt in anyone's mind that I'm the strongest person in this entire damn festival. Not you. Not Todoroki. Not Deku. Me. Bakugo's eyes blazed with fierce determination. So you better bring your A-game, you hear me? I didn't make it to the finals just to win by default because my opponent was too tired or injured or holding back. I'm going to beat you at your absolute best. Yuta stared at him. Then, despite himself, he felt a small smirk tug at the corner of his mouth. You really are something else, Bakugo. Damn right I am. Without another word, Bakugo deliberately stepped forward, his shoulder slamming into Yuta's as he walked past. Well, he's fired up. Bakugo didn't look back as he continued down the corridor toward his own waiting room, his hands shoved into his pockets. "Don't disappoint me, Akutami," he called back over his shoulder. Then he was gone, disappearing around another corner. Can I go all out against Bakugo with my pathways like this? Yuta watched Bakugo leave before glancing back down at his hands. The tingling in his chakra pathways was still there, a persistent reminder of his body's limits. Can I go all out against Bakugo with my pathways like this? The smart answer? Probably not. More like definitely not. His ability to examine his chakra pathway stemmed not just from his Sharingan but also from his quirk itself. The intuitive feeling practically screamed it was at its limits. Let's leave that for now. Yuta shook his head. It was nearing the end of the festival. He needed to check in with his mom first. Entering the waiting room, he found a relatively quiet corner near a vending machine, sat down on the chair, and dialed home. He kept the conversation brief, focusing on reassuring his mother, Aiko. "Mom, I promise, I'm absolutely fine. I healed my burns. Recovery girl made sure of it. I'm just waiting for the final match." Aiko's voice was still tight with worry. "Yuta, are you sure? You look burned pretty badly." Eri nearly cried herself sick. "I'm okay," he said gently. "Really? Recovery girl wouldn't have let me leave otherwise. I'll be home soon. You promise?" "Yeah. Promise." Aiko exhaled, some of the tension bleeding out of her voice. "All right. Just, be careful. Eri and I are watching." That familiar warmth tugged at his chest. "I know," he murmured. "I'll make it quick." They exchanged a few more words before he hung up and let the phone drop into his lap. Now to the problem at hand. There wasn't really much to think about. Neither his chakra nor his chakra pathways would sustain another drawn-out fight. Without it, though, the finals were practically a forfeit. Bakugo wasn't Todoroki. What the blonde lacked in range and control, he made up for in speed and literal explosive power. Pure offense, relentless aerial advantage, extreme mobility, and a genius-level ability to analyze and exploit weaknesses. He's probably been observing every match, so he'll be just as wary of body flicker as Todoroki was. Then he'll figure out why pretty quickly when I don't use it. Yuta tapped his fingers against his knee. "I can't use multiple body flickers. One or two more and I might tear something important." If his pathways strained further, he could be looking at weeks, maybe months, of enforced rest. Forget about getting stronger, using his abilities might become a problem. It would defeat the entire purpose of getting into the hero course. His motivation snapped back into clarity. He was here for the legal capacity to fight, not a symbolic title. First place was bragging rights, a PR bonus and a medal most students hung on their bedroom walls. But for him, the real goal, transfer opportunity, was already secured the moment he defeated Todoroki in front of the entire country. If UA still decided to leave him in general studies after that performance, he'd just transfer schools. Simple. There was no additional reward for pushing himself past breaking. The pragmatic choice was obvious. And yet, Yuta was unwilling. Coming this far, over so many others as a previously unnoticed candidate, only to lose at the final moment, just didn't sit right with him. Is this OCD? He was pragmatic, yes. But he was also still a 15-year-old boy on national TV. I could try Earth style, but he probably won't take the bait. Plus, if he senses I don't want a prolonged match, he'll push the tempo and wear me down. Fortunately, impulse could only go so far. No matter how strong the urge to win was, he would never jeopardize his own safety for something meaningless. Well, I'll just have to try something else. His fingers tapped against his knee. So, what can I do? His gaze wandered across the room, past the vending machine humming beside him, and landed on a mirror bolted to the far wall. Yuta stared at his reflection for a long, quiet moment. Then, slowly, his brows lowered. Hold on. He activated his Sharingan. The red three-toned pattern spun alive. And along with the visual clarity came a well-timed realization. One that didn't require heavy chakra expenditure or damage his pathways any further. Yeah, that'll work. Finalists, please prepare yourselves. The last match of the UA Sports Festival will begin shortly. The noise of distant cheers rolled through the ceiling like a wave. Yuta pushed himself up, rolling his shoulders once more as he headed for the exit. He had one last move to make that would hopefully satisfy his pragmatic goal and his pride. In the UA arena, the noise was deafening. People from all over Japan and across the world all stood staring at their screens as the most anticipated moment of the sports festival came to fruition. The final bout. Ladies and gentlemen. It's finally the last battle of the UA Sports Festival. President Mick's voice echoed through the screens as he gestured dramatically. The top of the first years will be decided with this final match. Yuta walked out onto the field, adjusting the simple UA track uniform. Across from him, Bakugo stood, vibrating with barely contained energy. Let's get the introductions out of the way. From the Department of General Studies, Yuta Akutami. This is it. Versus, from the Hero Course, Katsuki Bakugo. Combatants. Are you ready? Yuta narrowed his eyes. Logically, he'll back off like Todoroki. Put some distance between us to avoid body flicker. Maybe even go aerial and start. Kaboom! Bakugo launched instantly, using his explosions to achieve maximum speed. He didn't retreat. Yuta's eyes bled crimson. How was it both surprising and not that he did the exact opposite? Die. Time slowed. He saw Bakugo's right arm cock back, palm already crackling with volatile energy. The trajectory was clear. A straight blast aimed at center mass. Textbook opening. Chakra reinforced his hands and feet in low quantities. Yuta shifted his weight, hips rotating as he sidestepped. Boom! The explosion roared past him, close enough that heat kissed his cheek. Bakugo's eyes widened fractionally. Yuta threw his fist forward. Bang! The punch sunk into his stomach. Yuta threw his fist forward, the low-level chakra reinforcement amplifying the peak human strength of his arm. Bang! The punch sunk into Bakugo's stomach, hitting him squarely beneath the ribs. It wasn't a chakra-enhanced, wall-shattering blow, but it was perfectly timed and placed to catch Bakugo completely off guard mid-lunge. Bakugo gasped, the air violently expelled from his lungs. Momentum utterly nullified, he flew backwards and instinctively fired a warning explosion from his left hand to create distance. Yuta, noticing Bakugo's movements, used his quirk to achieve a zero-motion stop, pivoting slightly to let the heat blast pass harmlessly over his shoulder. Those are some reflexes. Bakugo landed hard, skidding on his heel before stopping. Wow! Yuta Akutami gets the first hit. Bakugo's instant attack failed to achieve any results. The arena rumbled with noise. Hold on. Did Bakugo actually use a sneak attack? It's called attacking first, Kaminari. The outcome was expected though, Ida said while adjusting his glasses. Yuta has proven to be faster. This just proves it once again. Everyone expressed their own opinions. Midoriya and Todoroki, however, frowned simultaneously. Something's wrong. On stage, so this is how much power I can actually wield now. Yuta frowned as he clenched his fist. He had channeled as much energy as he could manage into that fist. The result? His pathways didn't flinch, but compared to when he fought Todoroki, it was a measly 10, maybe 15% of chakra used. The result was obvious. Bakugo was still standing in the distance without much of a grimace. Just a hand over his stomach that promptly moved away. So no actual damage done. That punch would be enough to hospitalize a grown man. Yet here a teenager was standing just fine. Well, those unconfirmed theories on Stain's unrelated strength to his quirk are finally confirmed after all. It was merely a fleeting thought. Right now he had other things to worry about. For example, Oi. General course. Bakugo uttered, voice low, expression brimming with menace. What's that punch supposed to mean? Oi. General course. Bakugo uttered, voice low, expression brimming with menace. What's that punch supposed to mean? Yuta frowned. Guess I shouldn't be surprised he noticed. Bakugo crouched into a stance, both hands positioned like tiger claws. You aren't underestimating me? Are you? Kacchan noticed it too. Midoriya thought. Hey, what's Bakugo talking about? Yeah. Am I missing something? Kirishima scratched his head. Midoriya opened his mouth when his striking power has gone down. Everyone's attention turned to Todoroki. What are you talking about, Todoroki? Todoroki didn't elaborate. It's odd. His stronger attacks never hit directly, but they were enough to cause significant damage to whatever he struck. That blow should have sent Bakugo flying further than that, but not only did it not, Bakugo seems fine. In the arena, Yuta dropped his arm. Why would you think that? Bakugo's brows knit even further. Boom. Fine then. He shot forward without warning, smoke erupting behind him. Yuta fell into a stance as Bakugo arrived. Then, boom. Up. A second explosion erupted from his hands, propelling him upward. Right over Yuta. Take this. His palms glowed before releasing an accumulated blast of explosive proportions. It hit where Yuta had been standing a minute ago, shattering the earth beneath it. Bakugo's gaze followed Yuta, who had dodged to the left with a flip. Another explosion shot him towards Yuta as he thrust his arm forward again, raining attacks from above. Yuta had barely stabilized himself when he was forced to dodge again. The blast hit the floor, sending dust and debris in all directions. Where do you think you're going? Bakugo didn't let up. He fired again, sending another charged blast towards where Yuta stood. The explosion covered the left side of the arena with smoke, obscuring Bakugo's vision of his target. Come on, he thought with narrowed eyes. Use it. Use that warping speed of yours. Yuta shot out of the smoke a second later. He rolled a bit before his hand dug into the earth to negate the effect of the shockwave. Now. His eyes shot up as he ran towards Bakugo's landing point. Despite not having much chakra and not being able to use much at once, Yuta still had his quirk. In normal use, he could make his speed and strength far greater than what was humanly possible by removing the limiters on the human body, but the backlash and toll from doing so were extremely dangerous. There wasn't enough chakra for body flickers or hyperfast reflexes, but 15% chakra flow was enough to reinforce his body to make sure he wouldn't get hurt for defying human limits. However, boom. Seeing Yuta dash over, Bakugo cancelled his descent, shooting up yet again into the air. A consecutive change of directions left Bakugo flying directly over Yuta from a different angle. The explosion hammered the concrete, sending a plume of smoke and debris skyward. The shockwave rippled outward, cracking the arena floor in a spiderweb pattern. Wow! Bakugo maneuvers through the air like a fighter jet and drops an airstrike. What a devastating display of aerial dominance. The left side of the arena was covered in smoke. Hey, what happened? I can't see a thing. The crowd leaned forward, straining to see through the haze. Bakugo's grin widened. That should do it. A figure burst out from the cloud before he could finish. The blonde's face darkened. Damn it. Yuta rolled low, hand digging into the cracked concrete to kill his momentum. That was close. His eyes snapped upward. However, he's not coming down. The Sharingan's dynamic vision could see Bakugo's darkened features in the distance. High-altitude bombing, rapid maneuvering, unpredictable angles. It was exactly how Bakugo would respond after watching all of Yuta's matches, especially the one against Todoroki. So he removed the ground from the equation entirely. Aerial attacks meant to wear me down with explosions I can't close distance on. It was smart. Frustrating, but smart. Boom. Bakugo flew over. Boom. Yuta rushed to the sides at high speed, eyes narrowing. If that's how you want to play it, fine. His legs coiled. Then he ran at a speed that would leave Usain Bolt in the dust. There's nowhere to run. Bakugo blasted after him, palms erupting as he propelled himself forward. He led the target, hands coming together, boom. The explosion detonated where Yuta would have been. I can see it. But Yuta's eyes saw it coming. Sharingan tracked the muscle tension. The arm angle. The ignition point. He shifted left. The blast missed by meters. What the? Bakugo snarled, adjusting midair. Another explosion. Another miss. The shockwave blew Yuta away, forcing him to regain balance. He's fast. This was his assessment of Bakugo after the first few attacks. Faster, more agile, and capable of changing momentum at will, Bakugo was on a whole other level compared to others. Mineta and Shiozaki were too slow and stationary to avoid his first strike. Todoroki's ice could achieve some degree of mobility, as he knew how to dodge, defend and attack, but his own movement speed was too simple. Bakugo didn't have that weakness. He could attack, reposition, and attack again in a single breath. Normally, Yuta thought, this is where I'd be cornered. However, compared to Todoroki, Bakugo had one disadvantage. His quirk is too predictable. Boom. Yuta legs blurred as he shot to the side, avoiding another blast. Against Todoroki, he couldn't dodge the ice waves, they covered too much ground and appeared from too many points simultaneously. Fighting as he did without instantaneous movement was impossible. But Bakugo's explosions all come from the same source. 2 hands. 2 points. No matter how fast he moved, no matter what angle he attacked from, every single blast originated from his palms. And that made all the difference. As long as I can read the ignition. Boom. Yuta veered right just before the blast detonated where his head would have been. Another followed immediately. Boom. He slid under the shockwave, boots skidding across fractured concrete, lungs burning. I don't need body flicker. The arena had quieted to nothing but the sounds of explosions. Bakugo fired again, sweat flying from his brow as recoil rattled his arms. Stop running, you coward. His hands swelled with accumulated nitroglycerin. A move Yuta noticed with a single look. His left leg slammed into the earth, channeling energy as he pushed off it towards the left sharply. 2 seconds later, an explosion detonated at that same point. Try to keep up. Yuta yelled back, his voice cutting through the lingering smoke. Bakugo's eye twitched. You. Present Mix voice thundered over the chaos. Ladies and gentlemen, the match has taken an unexpected turn into a chase. With Yuta Akutami pulling off several daredevil dodges while Bakugo carpet bombs the arena from above. Bakugo chased after him, rage bleeding into every movement. Boom. 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 3 consecutive explosions hammered the arena floor. Yuta weaved between them, each dodge precise and efficient. Unbelievable. Yuta is dancing on the edge of the blast radius, not wasting a single step. This is a masterclass in evasive movement. Akutami is outspeeding Bakugo's mid-range blasts, but with the arena getting flattened, how long can he keep this up? Damn it. Finally, Bakugo braked mid-air, blasting backward with a concentrated discharge to halt his own momentum. He landed with a heavy thump nearly 30 meters away from Yuta, sinking slightly into the fractured concrete. Sweat slid down his forehead and ran into his eyes, forcing him to squint. Steam rose heavily from his palm skin. What's going on? His palms stung from overuse. His arms trembled from recoil. He isn't even using that damn warp ability, yet he's dodging everything. Is he reading my movements? Bakugo clenched his fist. Across the arena, Yuta slowed as well. His chest rose and fell sharply, sweat dripping from his chin. His shoulders slumped slightly, an image of fatigue he hadn't shown since the cavalry battle. Running at that speed, constantly adjusting direction, timing each breath, and maintaining the microscopic muscle control needed for optimal efficiency was demanding, even with the reinforcement of his quirk. Both boys stared across the battlefield, chests heaving. The ground between them looked like a war zone. Smoke curled from craters the size of cars. Shattered tiles and pulverized concrete covered the floor. Both fighters have stopped. Is this a momentary pause, or are we about to see the next phase of this incredible match? The crowd buzzed with anticipation. In the hero course section, silence. Yuta's not attacking, Midoriya murmured. Neither is Bakugo, Todoroki added. They're both breathing hard, Kirishima observed. But Bakugo looks way more frustrated. Of course he is, Jiro said. He's been chasing Yuta around for 3 minutes and hasn't landed a single clean hit. Momo frowned. But Yuta hasn't landed one either. Not since that opening strike. So it's a stalemate? Kaminari asked. No. Todoroki's voice was certain. One of them is about to escalate. Smoke curled from craters the size of cars. Shattered tiles and pulverized concrete covered the floor. The heat haze from the explosions warped the air. And in that silence, broken only by the sound of their labored breathing and the stadium's muted murmuring, Yuta's eyes lowered. The red haze of the Sharingan faded momentarily, dropping back to normal before snapping back to crimson as he forced the focus. That went better than I thought. Yuta's chest heaved as he surveyed the battlefield. He had successfully withstood Bakugo's barrage, all with minimal chakra and no body flicker. Truthfully, it was a better result than he expected. However, it's not enough. My chakra's nearly out. 1 more minute is probably all I can manage now. You can't use it anymore, can you? The words cut through the silence like a blade. Yuta's head snapped up. Bakugo stood across the destroyed arena, chest heaving, sweat dripping from his jaw, expression dark, and eyes carrying a terrifying glare. What are you? That warp technique. Bakugo cut him off. You haven't used it once. Yuta's expression remained neutral, but his fingers twitched. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Against half and half, you spammed that shit like it was nothing. Blinking around the arena. Dodging his ice. Closing distance in a heartbeat. I wouldn't really say I spammed it. Bakugo took a step forward. But against me? Not once. The crowd's murmur grew louder. In the stands, Midoriya's pencil froze mid-note. He's right, he breathed. Yuta hasn't used his warp power all this match. Todoroki's expression remained cold. I knew something was off. But, why? A number of reasons. Ida adjusted his glasses. Perhaps it's a strategic choice. Conserving energy for, no. Todoroki interrupted with certainty. It's already the final. What else is there to conserve for? His words stunned his classmates. You mean? He nodded. He's not holding back. He's limited. On the field, Bakugo continued. At first, I thought you were just underestimating me. That you didn't think I was worth the effort. His hands sparked. But then I noticed. Your punches are weaker. You're only dodging and you've barely tried to close distance without me forcing you to. Another step forward. Which means either you're the dumbest fighter I've ever seen. His expression turned feral. Or you can't anymore. The silence that followed was deafening. President Mick's voice crackled over the speakers, uncertain for the first time all day. Folks, it seems Bakugo has just made a rather bold observation about his opponent's condition. He's not wrong. Aizawa muttered through his bandages. I've been watching Akutami's movement patterns throughout the tournament. His combat style against Todoroki relied heavily on rapid repositioning and burst speed. This match? He's been purely reactive. Evasive. His eyes narrowed. Something's clearly changed. The crowd erupted into confused chatter. Wait, is he injured? Did something happen after the Todoroki match? He looked fine when he came out. In the Class 1A section, the reactions were immediate. No way, Kaminari said. He's been fighting this whole time while hurt? That would explain why he's only dodging, Momo murmured. If he can't use his mobility technique, direct confrontation with Bakugo would be suicide, Jiro finished. Kirishima leaned forward. But if Bakugo knows that, why does he look so pissed? Todoroki's eyes never left the arena. Because Yuta tried to fight him anyway. Yuta let out a slow breath. Then, despite everything, a faint smirk tugged at his lips. Wow. You're all pretty perceptive today. It wasn't a confirmation. But in this situation, it might as well have been. Bakugo's expression darkened immediately. So you admit it. I didn't say that. You don't have to. Bakugo's voice exploded across the arena, fury bleeding into every syllable. You came into this match knowing you couldn't fight at full power. His palms ignited, smoke rising from his clenched fists. You beat Todoroki, actually beat him, with everything you had. He crouched into a combat stance. And then you thought you could take me on with scraps? The crowd went silent. Even present Mike seemed at a loss for words. Folks, what's happening? Fascinating, Aizawa finished dryly. Bakugo's pride isn't wounded because his opponent is weakened. It's wounded because that weakened opponent thought they could still win. Is that really the issue here, Aizawa? For Bakugo? Yes. On the field, Yuta's smirk faded. And if I did? His voice was calm, almost conversational. Would that change anything? Would that? Bakugo's hands trembled with barely restrained fury. You're insulting me. Boom. He launched forward, explosions propelling him at maximum speed. Yuta's Sharingan spun. Here it comes. Time slowed. Bakugo's fist cocked back, palm already igniting. The trajectory was clear, a straight blast meant to overwhelm, not outmaneuver. Pure power. No tricks. Yuta's body moved on instinct. He twisted, letting the explosion roar past his shoulder. Heat seared his uniform. The shockwave rattled his bones. But he stayed standing. Bakugo landed, spun, and fired again. Boom. Yuta ducked, rolled, and came up on one knee. Stop dodging and fight me. Another explosion erupted. Yuta sidestepped, but this time Bakugo closed the distance immediately, not giving him room to breathe. Boom. At near point-blank range, the explosion was massive. A concentrated burst that swallowed everything in a sphere of heat and light. The shockwave rippled outward, cracking the already fractured ground. The smoke swallowed everything. Oh. That was close range. Present Mike shouted. Did Bakugo just? The crowd leaned forward, straining to see through the haze. Bakugo, chest heaving, locked his eyes on the smoke. Got him. A figure burst from the cloud. He's out. Bakugo's eyes widened. Yuta shot forward, his outline scorched and smoking and his uniform disheveled. Bakugo instinctively reacted, throwing both hands up for a quick, defensive blast. Boom. Yuta tilted his head just enough for the blast to sear the air by his ear. Bakugo barely had time to register the missing when a chakra-reinforced punch slammed into Bakugo's sternum. GUH. The impact sent him stumbling back. Yuta didn't stop, closing the distance while Bakugo was still rolling. Damn it. As Bakugo rolled, he desperately swiped his left hand low, triggering a ground-scraping explosion. Crash. Debris and fractured concrete launched toward Yuta. He vaulted over the low-flying shrapnel, ignoring the small cuts from the dust. Bakugo pushed himself up, fury blazing. Get away from me. His palms shot up to fire a blast. However, Yuta's kick came down first. Boom. The ground shattered as Bakugo's blast was forcefully redirected. I can see it. Yuta pivoted midair, using the momentum to swing his other leg around. I can see everything. The kick connected cleanly, a perfect crescent strike that caught Bakugo across the jaw. Once again, those half-baked martial arts classes were paying off big time. And with perfect body control, even half-remembered forms became deadly. Wham! Bakugo's head snapped sideways. His body lifted off the ground, spinning through the air before crashing hard onto the fractured concrete. He rolled twice before skidding to a stop. Oh! What a hit! Bakugo's down. The crowd erupted at the sudden reversal. Everyone in Class 1A had their eyes widen. Could it be? Would Bakugo actually lose? Yuta landed, feet barely making a sound. His Sharingan spun, tracking Bakugo's prone form. This is it. He dashed forward. This was exactly what he'd been waiting for. The plan he had come up with while in the waiting room before the match began. His win condition against Bakugo was never to run and wear him out. It was never to outlast him in a stamina war. It was getting him into close combat, where Bakugo's explosions became a liability, as even he wasn't immune to explosions too close to his own body. The way to achieve that? A strike to his pride. It worked wonders. And just when he was about to continue pressing, Yuta's body lost strength. Shit! His eyes widened mid-run as he nearly stumbled, his finely tuned posture dissolving. The crimson light in his eyes died and his sensory boost died with it. Damn it, Outa chakra. The realization was a punch to the gut. As his chakra reinforcement vanished, the effects of his actions returned in full force. The pain, previously managed by his quirk and adrenaline, hit instantly. His movements instantly became uncoordinated, forcing him to stop and adjust. He muted the pain and reduced his efficiency. The intense speed he had relied on during the fight reduced with it. The world lost its crystalline clarity. Colors dulled. Time returned to its normal, frustratingly slow pace. Move! He forced his quirk to compensate, manually controlling each muscle group, suppressing pain receptors, and regulating his breathing. It worked. His stride stabilized. His posture corrected. But he was slow now. Compared to before, desperately, dangerously slow. Doesn't matter. I'm so close, he pushed forward anyway, as Bakugo was right there. All he had to do was. Bakugo's hand moved. Shit. Bakugo sensed the shifting footsteps. His blurry eyes, still dizzy from the last attack, locked on Yuta's approaching form with undisguised rage. This bastard. Energy condensed rapidly between his hands. His balance was compromised, and he couldn't trust his aim in this state. That left only one option. His palm shot up as he overcharged both hands, pulling every drop of nitroglycerin and fury he had left, ready to unleash a chaotic, indiscriminate, howitzer impact scale explosion. I'll kill you. Shit. Yuta saw the blinding light of the charge and felt a chill run down his spine. Without his Sharingan, he couldn't see the exact trajectory nor predict the blast radius. He just knew it was big. Really big. Yuta instinctively threw himself sideways, using the last of his momentum to dive out of the immediate kill zone. Kaboom! The explosion erupted like a miniature sun. The blast ripped through the air, obliterating the concrete and sending a plume of destructive energy toward the sky. 30 meters ahead, the arena floor vaporized into dust. The blast wave caught Yuta mid-dodge. He'd managed to get clear of the epicenter, barely, but the shockwave didn't care about distance. It slammed into him like a freight train. Heat seared his exposed skin. The pressure wave crushed the air from his lungs. His feet left the ground. He crossed his arms in front of his face instinctively, but there was nothing to block. He flew backward, tumbling through the air. The boundary. Through the chaos, through the pain, through the disorientation, one thought cut through everything else. His back hit the ground hard. Concrete tore at his already shredded uniform. He skidded and skidded and skidded. The white boundary line rushed toward him. Hell no. His hand shot out, fingers clawing at the fractured ground. He crashed outside the destruction radius, skidding and rolling across the concrete and finally came to a stop near the edge of the arena. That idiot wants to kill me. Yuta panted heavily as he looked at his hands. Broken nails, torn skin, blood leaking onto the concrete. TCH. Yuta clicked his tongue in irritation. His chance was gone. Eyes still fixed on the smoke, half expecting Bakugo to rocket out screaming, "Die," he stood to his feet, ignoring the suppressed aches all over. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's another reversal." Yuta Akutami faltered at the last moment, giving Bakugo the chance to land his first attack of the day. He leaned over. "But what's the situation with Bakugo?" "I can't tell. The smoke's too thick." "Damn. This is so intense." In Class 1A, everyone was on their feet. "I agree. This is way better than his fight with Todoroki." "Mineta." "What?" "I'm just saying," a sharp thwack cut him off. "Ow." Mina's fist bounced off the back of his head. "Read the room, great brain." Jiro shot him a glare. "Seriously. Someone almost just got blown out of the arena." Kirishima swallowed. "Yeah, jokes aside, where's Bakugo right now?" The smoke began to thin. Slowly, the ruined battlefield came back into view. At the far end of the arena, across a crater of torn concrete and scorched earth, Bakugo stood. Panting. His shoulders rose and fell hard. His arms trembled visibly at his sides. Sparks crackled erratically from his palms, popping and hissing as sweat streamed down his face. But his eyes glared with frenzied, barely contained rage. "Why?" His voice was hoarse, raw. "You're barely at half power, so why?" Sparks crackled weakly from his palms. "Why won't you stay down?" Across the destroyed arena, Yuta stood silently. Yuta met his gaze. Then, deliberately, he looked away. His eyes dropped to his raised hands. The tremor in them was impossible to hide now, skin torn, knuckles raw, fingers shaking from strain. "Well," Yuta said calmly, flexing them once, "that hurts." Bakugo's eye twitched. What the hell is wrong with you?" His voice cracked. "Why aren't you taking this seriously?" In the stands, Tsuyu's tongue slipped out slightly, a nervous tell. "Damn. If this keeps going, Bakugo's going to lose it," Rib bit. "He already has," Jiro muttered. "He looks like he's about to murder someone." Yuta raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Fine then. I have one last move to unveil." Bakugo stiffened. "More?" Midoriya's pencil was frozen mid-note, eyes wide. "No way. He has more. It can't be right. Is another reversal coming along?" Then Yuta's bloodied hand, the one he'd been examining, slowly rose. Higher. Past his chest. Past his face. Into the air. "What's he?" Midoriya's eyes widened. "He can't be, I forfeit." Pin. Drop. Silence. The entire stadium seemed to stop breathing. Kaminari's voice was barely a whisper. Did he just? I think he did, Zero finished weakly. Present Mick's voice was uncharacteristically subdued. Did Akutami just forfeit? After all that? He did, Aizawa confirmed. Smart move, given the circumstances. In the arena, Bakugo's pupils shrank to pinpricks. His entire body went rigid. What? Yuta lowered his hand calmly. Wasn't I clear enough? I give up. His tone was matter-of-fact. It was a good match. You win. Midoriya swallowed hard. Oh. The words replayed in Bakugo's head. Good match. Good match. Good match. His face twisted, expression growing uglier by the second. Then, what did you say, you damn bastard? Boom. He fired an explosion into the ground, propelling himself forward despite his exhaustion. You think this is a good match? Another blast. He closed the distance rapidly, rage overriding the pain in his arms. No way. You don't get to do that. You don't get to quit after all this. Yuta watched him approach. Why not? Because. Bang. A large slab of earth suddenly rose between them as Bakugo approached. Damn it. Bakugo fired backwards, canceling his momentum. In the distance, Cementos spoke with his arms on the earth. Student Bakugo, please refrain from attacking. Your opponent has forfeited the match. No way. Bakugo screamed. This isn't over yet. It is for me. That's not how this works. Isn't it? Yuta's voice remained calm. No, it isn't. Bakugo roared. The whole point of this festival is to aim for the top. To fight your opponent with everything you have, no holding back. He spoke through gritted teeth. What you just did. Fighting me without giving your best, then tapping out whenever you like, do you think you can make a fool out of me? The crowd went silent. I see. Well, I'm sorry for that. However, I think we see things from different perspectives. Yuta sighed. While I wouldn't mind winning, it's not really the point for me. Bakugo froze. What are you talking about? You still don't get it, do you? Yuta pointed to himself. You're from the hero course, while I'm from general studies. Your primary goal was always to win with everything you have, while my primary goal was to solidify my performance in the sports festival to ensure I leave general studies. Yuta looked at him. I already gave my all to achieve that goal when I beat the son of Endeavor. My power ran out in the semi-finals, so I never put much hope on winning to begin with. Bakugo's face darkened. So you're saying you didn't expect to win but came anyway with a try-and-see attitude? Pretty much. Yuta shrugged. What can I say? It went better than I expected. Bakugo clenched his fists. Murmurs reignited across the stadium. The majority looked confused. Is he serious? Present Mike sounded genuinely baffled. After making it to the finals, he's just walking away. Logical, Aizawa said. Bakugo and Yuta's motivations primarily differed from the start. He already achieved his goal. Everything else is just ego. But what about Bakugo's ego? That's about to be a problem. Bakugo stood frozen. His hands trembled, not from exhaustion, but from pure, incandescent fury. So that's it, he said, voice dangerously low. You're just done. Pretty much. Yuta shrugged. You. Boom. Bakugo fired at the earth barrier, blasting a chunk away. I don't care what you say. He stormed around the damaged wall, eyes blazing. This isn't ending until one of us falls. Yuta sighed. That's not how this works. Yes, it is. Bakugo closed the distance, sparks flying from his clenched fists. You can still fight, can't you? I can. Bakugo's expression twisted into something between relief and rage. Then. But I won't. The words hit like a physical blow. Bakugo stopped dead. What? I've seen what I wanted to see. Yuta rolled his eyes. Like hell, he was admitting he couldn't fight anymore. Whether I win or lose from here is frankly not worth the effort. He glanced at his bleeding hand. After all, it's not even half power anyway. This was Yuta's way of losing. If he wasn't going to win, then he sure as hell was going to lose in style. For a moment, Bakugo didn't move. It's not even half power anyway. The words played, reminding him once again. He had fought an enemy at half strength, only to win like this? Whatever calm previously holding him together evaporated. You. Bakugo Katsuki. Midnight's voice cut through the tension like a whip crack. She had come onto the arena at some point, expression stern. The match is over. Student Akutami has forfeited. Continuing to threaten or attack him is grounds for immediate disqualification. I don't care. Bakugo's palms ignited. He can still fight. The match isn't. The match, Midnight interrupted, is what I say it is. And I say it's over. That's not fair. Fair? Her eyebrow arched. You won. First place. Exactly what you came here for. How is that unfair? Because I didn't earn it. He let out through gritted teeth. For a moment, he looked like a kid who'd been cheated out of something precious. Midnight's expression softened fractionally. Bakugo, she said, her voice gentler now. You cannot force someone to continue a match they've surrendered. That's not how this works. It should be. But it's not. She stepped closer. Now stand down. Accept your victory. And let the medical staff do their jobs. No. His palms flared. Midnight's hand moved to her costume. Last warning. Bakugo's eyes widened, recognizing the motion. Don't you? She tore the fabric. Pink gas erupted instantly. Damn it. Bakugo tried to blast away, but the gas effect was stronger than he thought. Worse still, he was already exhausted. This isn't. His voice slurred. Over. His knees buckled, and he collapsed face-first onto the concrete. Midnight raised her hand. Yuta Akutami forfeits. Katsuki Bakugo wins. Silence. The crowd didn't know whether to cheer or not. Present Mick's voice was uncertain. Well, folks, that's the end of the match, I guess. A fitting conclusion, Aizawa uttered. Though I suspect we'll be dealing with the fallout for a while. Well, all the activities have been completed. The winner of this year's UA First Year Sports Festival is Katsuki Bakugo. The crowd finally began cheering. Regardless of the weird turn of events, the winner was still the winner. Yuta stood as the gas cloud slowly dissipated. Is that lavender? The thought barely formed before the effect hit. A wave of drowsiness washed over him like a warm blanket. His vision blurred slightly at the edges. His muscles relaxed involuntarily. Right. Midnight's quirk. He'd forgotten he was standing in range. But unlike Bakugo, Yuta had perfect control over every function of his body. He felt the sedative entering his system, detected the chemical trying to bind to his neural receptors, and simply rejected it. He accelerated his metabolism. Flooded his bloodstream with counteracting hormones. Manually stimulated his nervous system to stay alert. The drowsiness faded almost as quickly as it came. Midnight blinked. Once. Then again. Oh. Yuta exhaled softly through his nose, shaking his head once as if clearing water from his ears. Wow, he muttered. That's stronger than I expected. Then he looked up to find Midnight watching him with a peculiar smile. Like what you smell? Yuta blinked again, caught off guard. Lavender's nice, I guess? Her smile widened. Most people don't get the chance to comment on the scent after inhaling my quirk. She tilted her head slightly, studying him with open curiosity. You're still standing. That's impressive. Is it? Very. She crossed her arms, whip coiling at her side. My somnambulist affects everyone within range. It works even better on males, yet you're completely unaffected. Yuta shrugged, trying to play it casual despite his exhaustion. I have good control over my body. Comes with the quirk. That good? What an interesting quirk you have. Midnight's expression shifted from amused to genuinely intrigued. Yuta forced a smile. He looked down at the unconscious Bakugo. Then back at Midnight. Is he going to be okay? He'll wake up for the medal ceremony, Midnight assured him. Though I suspect he won't be happy about it. Yeah. Yuta exhaled slowly. I figured. Medical staff rushed onto the field, some heading for Bakugo, others approaching Yuta. I'm fine, Yuta said automatically. You're going to the medical wing, one of them said firmly. Non-negotiable. Yuta opened his mouth to argue, then felt his legs wobble. Okay, maybe not fine. All right. As they helped him off the field, he glanced back one last time. Bakugo was being loaded onto a stretcher, still unconscious, expression twisted even in sleep. Sorry, Bakugo. Yuta thought, though he wasn't sure if he meant it. But hey, you got first place. That helps, right? He thought as he was taken back to the medical wing. Recovery girl was not pleased. Complete exhaustion. Multiple contusions. Second-degree burns across your arms. What were you thinking? That I wanted to make it to the finals? Yuta offered weakly from the hospital bed. You forfeited the finals. I made it there first, though. She whacked him with her cane. 2 weeks of mandatory rest. Minimum. No training. No quirk usage beyond basic bodily functions. And if I catch you pushing yourself before then? Another whack. It becomes 4 weeks. Yes, ma'am. His phone buzzed on the side table. Recovery girl handed it to him with a disapproving glare. Mom, saw the whole thing. What did I tell you about participating if you knew you weren't at your best? Eri, are you okay? The TV said you lost. Mom, I am writing for Eri, Yuta, I'm fine. Just tired. Recovery girl's taking care of me. Mom, good. Because you're grounded when you get home. Yuta, what? Why? Mom, you know exactly why. Yuta, no, I don't. That's how you grounded me last time. Mom, for making Eri cry for you. Yuta, hold on, who's the original child here? Yuta really wanted to ask, but arguing with his mother via text while injured seemed like a losing battle. Yuta, understood. Recovery girl watched this exchange with a knowing look. Your mother has good sense. She really does, Yuta muttered. Unlike her son. With the activities over, all first-year activities have been completed. Midnight said with a smile, drawing cheers from the crowd. Before her stood the participants of this year's sports festival. And now we begin the award ceremony. Fireworks shot to the skies as a trophy image appeared on every screen in the stadium. Behind Midnight, smoke and party streamers erupted. Following which, different podiums rose from the ground. My God! What the heck? Yuta stood on the second-place podium, wearing a borrowed UA tracksuit since his original uniform had been destroyed. His hands were bandaged but fine, all thanks to the recovery girl. Despite everything, I still didn't attract the most attention. Yuta looked around and sighed. Because to his right, on the first-place podium, Bakugo stood with his arms restrained. Not by Midnight. But by chains. Actual metal chains. He was conscious now. Recovery Girl had seen to that, but he'd apparently tried to attack Yuta the moment he woke up. So. Chains. I'll end you, Akutami. I swear I'll end you. Was what Yuta could make from the muffled snarling. They surely made the right choice. Yuta stood expressionless as he listened to the comments from Class 1A. He's been going nuts since he woke up. You can't really blame him though, can you? I can. Come on, get a grip, Bakugo. Let me go. Bakugo snarled, thrashing against the restraints. This isn't a real win. Tokoyami, standing beside Todoroki on the third-place podium, shook his head. He's acting like a feral animal. And now to deliver the medals to this year's winners, we have. I am here with the medals. Midnight was cut short as All Might jumped down from the stadium ceiling. Muscle form, clad in uniform and all. The crowd went hysterical with his appearance. Now, All Might, please present the medals. Toshinori did just that. Taking the first two medals and heading to the third-place position where Ida and Tokoyami stood ramrod straight. Young Tokoyami, young Todoroki. You are truly strong and have shown great prowess today. He placed the bronze medals on their necks. Tokoyami bowed slightly, the bronze medal gleaming against his dark feathers. Thank you, All Might. It is an honor. You fought with excellent control, young Tokoyami, All Might said, his voice carrying across the stadium. Your quirk, Dark Shadow, is powerful, but as you discovered today, it has vulnerabilities. Learning to compensate for those weaknesses while maximizing your strengths will be key to your growth as a hero. Tokoyami nodded seriously. I understand. I will work harder to overcome my limitations. All Might's grin widened. That's the spirit. He turned to Todoroki, whose expression remained carefully neutral. Young Todoroki. All Might's voice softened slightly. You displayed incredible power today. Your versatility with your right side is remarkable. Todoroki's jaw tightened fractionally. All Might continued, choosing his words carefully. But, All Might added gently, hesitation lingers in your heart. Evident from your reluctance to use your left side. Regardless of your reasons, only when you fully accept yourself, all of yourself, will you become truly formidable. Todoroki was quiet for a moment. Understood. For a moment, something flickered in his heterochromatic gaze. I'll remember that. All Might squeezed his shoulder once, then moved to the second-place podium. Yuta stood waiting, hands in his tracksuit pockets, expression carefully neutral. Young Akutami. He lifted the silver medal with both hands and placed it around Yuta's neck. An incredible performance today. Truly, you've shown everyone what determination and tactical thinking can achieve. Yuta blinked. Thanks. Your strategic mind is exceptional. All Might continued, oblivious to Yuta's awkwardness. Recognizing when to push forward and when to withdraw, that's a skill many pro heroes struggle with their entire careers. He's really trying to spin my forfeit as a positive, huh? However, All Might's tone shifted slightly, becoming more serious. I must remind you, knowing your limits is important, but so is expanding those limits. Today you fought intelligently within your constraints. Tomorrow, work to remove those constraints entirely. He leaned in slightly, voice dropping so only Yuta could hear. You have great potential, young Akutami. Don't let pragmatism become an excuse to avoid pushing yourself when it truly matters. Yuta met his eyes. I'll keep that in mind. Good. All Might's grin returned full force. He straightened, speaking loud enough for the stadium to hear again. Your transfer to the hero course is well earned. I look forward to seeing what you'll accomplish. This was practically a public guarantee from All Might himself. He gave Yuta's shoulder a firm pat, one that nearly knocked him off balance, then turned to face the first-place podium. Now then. Young Bakugo. His smile grew strained at the sight. Bakugo had stopped thrashing at this point. Arms bound behind his back by metal restraints, muzzle covering his mouth, eyes absolutely murderous. Muffled snarls emanated from behind the gag. All Might approached, gold medal in hand. "This seems a bit much. Let's get that off," he said, removing the gag from Bakugo's mouth. "Well, you did what you said you would do during the student pledge. You're true to your word. All Might." The words came out like a guttural snarl. "Huh." All Might's smile faltered slightly. "Winning first place this way doesn't prove I'm the best one here," he roared. "Even if the world considers me the winner, I refuse to accept it like this." Right," All Might uttered. "In a world of constant comparison, those who can keep their minds focused on the top and stay true to themselves are rare. You're one of them," he said cheerfully, placing the gold medal around Bakugo's neck despite the struggles. "Come on, take this medal." "I don't want that piece of garbage." "Oh come on. It doesn't count. I'm still gonna kill him." "You won." "Smile. I'll kill you." On the third-place podium, Todoroki stood silently, expression neutral, watching the chaos with what might have been amusement. All Might lifted his hands in the iconic pose. "Ladies and gentlemen, these are your new champions." The stadium exploded, a mix of thunderous applause, confused cheering, and lingering shock over the final events. The official broadcast cut to a wide shot of the stadium, displaying the 4 podium figures, the restrained, furious victor, the calmly awkward runner-up, and the 2 stoic third-place finishers. On social media, the discussions were already breaking records. At UA_Insider, unhinged behavior or peak ambition? Bakugo Katsuki refuses to accept his medal. #UAChamps #BakugoRage. At Hero Fanatic 2077, Bakugo winning while chained up is the most metal thing I've ever seen. This kid's gonna be a problem. #UA Sports Festival. At Casual Observer, can we talk about how Akutami forfeited? Like, I get it, he was hurt, but still, you don't see that often. Respect or cowardice? #debate. At All Might Stand 99, Todoroki didn't use his full power again. Why? He could have beaten Akutami easily. #frustrated. At Analyst Pro, people sleeping on Akutami's performance. He beat Todoroki, the son of Endeavor, and held his own against Bakugo while clearly weakened. Kid's a genius. #UA Sports Festival. At Skeptical Citizen, so we're just ignoring that a general studies kid made it to the finals? How did UA even let someone that strong slip through the cracks? #questioning. At Pro Hero News. Breaking, All Might publicly confirms Yuta Akutami's transfer to the hero course during the medal ceremony. Full statement coming soon. #UA Sports Festival. At Quirk Analyst, Akutami Yuta's performance is the story. Not only did he transfer out of general studies, but he ran a tactical masterclass with a known limit in the finals. His forfeit was genius. At Pro Hero Watch, that's the scariest part. He wasn't even trying to win the title. He was just testing his baseline. The potential is terrifying. Muzutafu, downtown shopping district, in a small electronics shop, a dozen people crowded around the display TVs, watching the ceremony unfold. Man, that Bakugo kid is intense. Did you see him? They had to chain him up. I don't get why he's so mad. He won, didn't he? An older woman shook her head. Kids these days don't know how to accept victory gracefully. But that silver medalist, Akutami, was it? He forfeited in the finals. A salaryman adjusted his glasses. That takes guts. Or maybe he's just smart. Smart? He gave up. He was clearly injured. Pushing himself further would have been stupid. The salaryman gestured at the screen showing Yuta's bandaged hands. He knew when to quit. That's tactical thinking. A teenager nearby snorted. Tactical thinking? Sounds like an excuse for losing. Across Japan, the image of the sports festival was everywhere, a spectacle of power and controversy. But miles away, in the quiet, blood-stained back alleys of Hosu, the chaos of the day was only just beginning to settle. Pro heroes patrolled the streets in pairs, eyes scanning every alley and every shadow. The news of Stain's latest attack had spread through official channels within the hour. Ingenium had survived, but barely, and the hero killer remained at large. High above the city, Watchbird circled in wide, methodical arcs. Her enhanced vision swept the rooftops, the fire escapes, and the darkened windows. Her quirk's thermal imaging overlaid her view, highlighting heat signatures below. Nothing. She banked left, wings catching the wind as she adjusted her search pattern. Watchbird, this is command. Status? Sector 9 clear. Moving to Sector 10. Copy. Be advised, ground teams report no sightings. Suspect may have left the area. Understood. Continuing sweep. She soared over an abandoned warehouse district, picking up scattered heat sources of stray cats, a homeless encampment, and residual warmth from machinery. But no Stain. She passed over a cluster of crumbling buildings and kept going. Meanwhile, in an abandoned rooftop access in the shadow of a rusted water tower, Stain crouched low. Pain radiated from multiple wounds as blood soaked through the makeshift bandages he'd torn from his own clothing. The knife wounds in his shoulder and thighs throbbed with every heartbeat. That masked bastard. He pressed his back against the cold metal, letting the darkness swallow him as Watchbird's silhouette passed overhead. The sound of wings faded. Silence returned. Stain reached into his vest and pulled out a small med kit, stolen minutes ago. Antiseptic. Gauze. Surgical thread. He bit down on a strip of leather as he began stitching the deepest wound in his shoulder. That idiot. He thought, jaw clenched. Thanks to him, another false hero still lives. It was infuriating. To be stopped by. Just who is he? Stain's eyes narrowed. He had never seen or heard of anyone bearing a resemblance. The fact that he saved Ingenium probably means he isn't a villain. But even Ingenium didn't recognize him. A vigilante then. His brows creased when he thought of their fight. Nevertheless, he had bigger things to worry about now. Heroes were searching for him. Staying in the alleys isn't safe anymore. He stood slowly, blood dripping onto the concrete. There are too many false heroes. Too many frauds wearing the title like a costume. His gaze shifted toward the distant city. They all need to be purged. Ingenium had survived tonight. That was a failure. But failures taught lessons. I'll continue. One false hero at a time. Until only the real ones remain. Just then, the darkness emerged. Stain, driven by instinct honed over years of paranoia, reacted instantly. He ignored the pain and twisted, driving his katana backward without looking. The blade plunged into the pitch-black shadow that had just manifested behind him. Greetings, hero killer. He spun, blade already drawn, and thrust backward. Sichen-kei. The katana pierced through swirling darkness. A portal. Pitch black, edges warping like liquid shadow. Stain's grip tightened as the blade sank deeper into the void, meeting no resistance. From within the darkness, a voice emerged sounding calm and polite. Greetings, hero killer. The portal solidified slightly, revealing a figure composed entirely of black mist. Two glowing yellow eyes stared out. May I have a moment of your time? Stain didn't lower his blade. Who are you? The mist figure didn't move. My name is Kurogyri. The mist figure didn't move despite the blade piercing through its form. I've come on behalf of someone who wishes to speak with you. I don't take meetings. Stain pulled his katana free. The blade came away clean without a drop of blood. I thought you might say that. The yellow eyes shifted slightly. Which is why I came personally. Stain's grip tightened on his weapon. As you can see, I don't have time for this. Get to the point. My employer sends you an invitation. An invitation to what? To a conversation. Nothing more. Kurojire's form rippled. My employer has been watching your work with great interest. He believes your ideals align with his own goals. I work alone. So we've observed. Kurojire inclined what passed for a head. But perhaps you've noticed, the world is not kind to those who operate alone. Especially those being actively hunted. Stain said nothing. Kurojire continued. Tonight, you encountered an obstacle. A masked individual who interfered with your mission. Ingenium survived because of him. Stain's jaw clenched. You know about that. We know many things, hero killer. That man is on our radar as well. Kurojire's tone remained pleasant. And we can offer you resources. Information. Support to continue your crusade with help and without interference. All you need to do is get out of here. I don't need help. Don't you? The yellow eyes gleamed. You're injured. Surrounded by heroes actively searching for you. Your movements tracked. Stain's silence stretched. Kurojire pressed gently. My employer doesn't wish to control you. He simply believes that your goals, purging false heroes from society, complement his own vision for change. And what vision is that? One where the corrupt system that props up these false heroes is dismantled entirely. Kurojire's voice dropped slightly. Stain pointed his katana at Kurojire's eyes. Who is your employer? Someone who shares your disdain for the current state of hero society. Kurojire's form shifted. Someone who has the means to ensure your work continues uninterrupted. Then he can come to me himself. He anticipated that response, Kurojire said smoothly. Which is why, no. Kurojire stilled. No? I don't follow anyone. I don't work for anyone. Stain's voice was cold. And I certainly don't walk into portals for strangers promising power. This is merely, I just failed. Stain's tone didn't change. Ingenium is alive because some masked nobody interfered. And now you appear, knowing things you shouldn't, offering help I didn't ask for. He stepped forward. How convenient. Kurojire's form solidified slightly. I assure you, we had nothing to do with, I don't care. Stain's eyes were hard. Hosu is crawling with heroes right now. And you want me to trust you enough to follow you through that portal? If you would simply, get out. Silence. The yellow eyes regarded him for a long moment. My employer will be disappointed. He'll get over it. You're making this more difficult than it needs to be, hero killer. Good. Stain's grip didn't waver. Difficult is how it should be. If your employer wants to talk, and your resources are as good as you say, he'll know where to find me. Kurojire's form began to shift, the portal edges pulling inward. Very well. But know this, the offer stands. When you're ready to accept reality, we'll be waiting. Don't hold your breath. The darkness swirled one final time. We'll be in touch, hero killer. Sooner than you think. And then he was gone. The rooftop fell silent. Stain stood alone, katana still raised, blood dripping from his wounds. He lowered the blade slowly. First that masked man, and now this. Which means people have been watching me. Probably have been for a while. He looked down at his bandaged wounds, at the blood soaking through the gauze. But I'm not desperate enough to trust shadows offering power. Cowards. He sheathed his katana and moved toward the fire escape, eyes blazing with renewed fury. False heroes. Hidden puppeteers. finally vanishing into the shadows. I'll cut you all down. Hi, Class 1A. The classroom was quieter than usual. Aizawa stood at the front, arms in his signature capture scarf, most of his body still wrapped in bandages from the USJ incident. Your performances at the sports festival were acceptable. That was probably the closest thing to praise anyone would get from him. Some of you exceeded expectations. Others confirmed my initial assessments. His gaze swept the room. And one of you refused to accept a gold medal while chained to a podium. Bakugo, sitting in his usual spot, had the gold medal stuffed in his mouth like a gag. His eyes were murderous, but he didn't move. Several students glanced at him nervously. Aizawa continued as if this were completely normal. Over the next 2 days, you'll be on break. Use that time to rest and recover. When you return, we'll begin discussing internships. Murmurs rippled through the class. Internships? Kaminari perked up. Already? The sports festival exists to showcase your abilities to pro heroes. Aizawa explained. Based on your performances, agencies will send offers. You'll choose one and spend a week learning from a working pro. How many offers do we usually get? Mina asked. That depends entirely on your performance. Aizawa pulled up a screen showing a bar graph. Historically, top performers receive dozens. Others receive fewer. These numbers will be finalized after the break, Aizawa said. For now, go home. Rest. Don't do anything stupid. His eyes landed on specific students as he said that last part. Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugo all felt the weight of that stare. Dismissed. Aizawa left without another word. The moment the door closed, the tension broke. Damn. That was intense. I can't believe we'll be going on internship soon. I know. Bakugo and Todoroki are so gonna get the most offers. Right, Bakugo? Bakugo didn't respond. The medal remained in his mouth. Bakugo? Kirishima tried again. You okay, man? Clang. The gold medal hit the desk with a sharp metallic sound. Everyone froze. Bakugo stood slowly, chair scraping back. His eyes locked onto Midoriya with that terrifying intensity that made half the class flinch. Deku. Midoriya's blood ran cold. Why yes? Tell me how to get to Class 1D. UA High School, Class 1D, General Studies Department. Yuta sat at his desk, surrounded. Not metaphorically. Literally surrounded. His entire class had gathered around his seat the moment homeroom started, forming a chaotic crowd of excited, curious, and slightly intimidated students. Dude, you made it to the finals. You beat Todoroki. Todoroki. How did you do that thing where you disappeared? Was that teleportation or super speed? Why did you forfeit? You could have won. Hana, Kimura, and Tanaka had claimed the spots closest to his desk, acting as a buffer between him and the more aggressive questioners. Guys, give him some space, Hana said, though she looked just as eager for answers. Space? Space? A student from the back shouted. He just became the most famous general studies student in UA history and you want us to give him space? Technically second most famous, Kimura corrected, pushing his glasses up. Remember that guy from 3 years ago who, nobody cares about that guy, someone interrupted. Tanaka leaned in, grinning. So. Spill. What was it like fighting Bakugo? Loud, Yuta said flatly. The class erupted in laughter. But seriously, Hana pressed. Why did you forfeit? You were still standing. I was out of stamina. Yuta shrugged. Pushing further would have been stupid. But you made it to the finals, another student protested. Don't you want to be number one? Not really. Silence. Everyone stared at him. What? someone finally said. That's so boring. Tanaka groaned. Come on, man. You had the whole country watching. You could have been a legend. I'm fine with second place. Second place isn't. Everyone sit down. The door slammed open. Mrs. Nakamura stood in the doorway with her arms crossed and an expression that could curdle milk. The class scrambled back to their seats in record time. She walked to the front of the room. Well, that was quite the spectacle. A few students shifted uncomfortably. Akutami. Her gaze landed on Yuta. Stand up. Yuta stood. Mrs. Nakamura regarded him for a long moment. Then she smiled. Congratulations. You've done what no general studies student has accomplished in over a decade, reached the tournament finals and secured a transfer to the hero course. The class erupted in applause. Yuta remained standing. However, Mrs. Nakamura continued, and the applause died down. Don't let this go to your head. You forfeited. You didn't win. Remember that. Yes, ma'am. Sit down. Yuta sat. Mrs. Nakamura turned to address the entire class. The rest of you performed adequately. Some better than others. But remember, this was one event. One day. Your futures are not defined by a single tournament. She paused. That said, those of you who made it past the first round should expect some attention. Not hero course levels, but enough to open doors if you choose to pursue them. A few students perked up at that. Now. Mrs. Nakamura clapped her hands once. There will be no school for the next 2 days. Use that time to rest, recover, and reflect on your performances. She glanced at Yuta. Especially you, Akutami. I expect you'll be busy with transfer paperwork when we return. Understood. Good. Class dismissed. The moment she left, the room exploded into conversation again. But before anyone could swarm Yuta's desk a second time, the door opened. And Bakugo Katsuki walked in. The room went dead silent. Bakugo's eyes swept the classroom, landing immediately on Yuta. You. Yuta waved. Hi. Outside. Now. The hallways of UA buzzed with post-festival energy. Students clustered in groups, voices overlapping as they dissected every moment of yesterday's matches. Conversation stopped mid-sentence when certain people walked by. Particularly anyone who'd made it past the first round. Did you see Bakugo's face during the ceremony? I still can't believe Akutami forfeited. I still can't believe he made it past the second round. Todoroki's pretty hot though. The whispers followed Yuta as he navigated the corridors, but he'd learned to tune them out. What he couldn't ignore was the blonde explosive waiting for him near the staircase leading to the general studies wing. The area was less crowded here. Students from the hero course rarely ventured this far into the building. Bakugo stood with his back against the wall, hands shoved in his pockets, red eyes locked on Yuta the moment he turned the corner. They stared at each other. Neither moved. Yuta tried to remain casual as his mind worked through the situation. Is he trying to intimidate me? Does he think I'm scared of him? The silence stretched. Or is he just waiting for me to speak first? Another beat passed. Well, this is getting ridiculous. Yuta broke the silence. Going to try to fight me again? Yuta asked. I hope you noticed I'm running on empty. It would be a pretty short match. Bakugo's eyes narrowed further, and a small, sharp explosion popped in his right hand. What if? You look pretty fine to me, he challenged. My powers don't work that way. Yuta raised his hands to eye level, showing the faint bandages still wrapped around his knuckles and wrists. It's energy-based. I might look fine, but I can't really use much of my abilities. He lowered them, meeting Bakugo's gaze again. Though I doubt that's why we're here. No. Bakugo's hand closed, snuffing out the sparks. It's not. He stepped away from the wall. I want a rematch. Yuta blinked. Seriously? After the 2-day break, internships start. Bakugo's face turned to the side. In case you haven't heard, hero agencies will put in requests for those who participated in the sports festival. You're second place, so you'll probably get offers. Probably. Then you'll be in the hero course when we get back. Bakugo ignored him. And when the internships are over, I want a rematch. Yuta raised an eyebrow. You do know you won, right? That doesn't count. Bakugo roared. His voice was loud enough for the rest of his class, eavesdropping from the top of the staircase, to hear. Shut your mouth and listen if you don't get it. Bakugo swung his hand, eyes blazing with anger. What you did wasn't a match. It was a joke. A joke specifically made at my expense. Now the first thing that comes to mind when anyone sees me is the guy who was handed the win instead of earning it. You've practically made a fool out of me. That's why we're having a rematch. And in that match, you better not hold back. He stepped forward. You better use every stupid trick and every ounce of that broken power you're saving. I will fight the real you and prove that I'm the undisputed #1. You got that? There was a beat of silence. Then, you know you're just gonna lose again, right? Why you? Bakugo. TWAL. The explosions in his palms died. Bakugo turned to see Mr. Aizawa's red eyes staring at him through his bandages. Bakugo, Aizawa said, voice flat and exhausted. Save the theatrics for the training grounds. The sports festival is over. You won. Act like it. Bakugo's jaw clenched. But, no buts. If you want a rematch that badly, submit a formal request through proper channels once Akutami transfers. Until then, keep your explosions to yourself and get to class. Aizawa's gaze shifted upward, toward the staircase. That goes for the rest of you too. Instantaneous scrambling followed. Footsteps thundered as Class 1A students fled like startled cats. Bakugo clicked his tongue, shoving his hands back in his pockets. He shot Yuta one last glare before stalking off toward the stairs. Once he was gone, Aizawa's attention settled fully on Yuta. Akutami, come with me. We have a meeting. Yuta immediately felt his posture straighten. A meeting, sir? About the transfer? And your quirk. Mainly your quirk, Aizawa corrected. He gave Yuta a long, studying look that seemed to peel back layers. The principal wants to speak with you. Yuta's heart sank. Well, saw that one coming. Principal's office. 10 minutes later, the office was exactly as Yuta remembered, tidy, organized, and unsettling in its mundane cheerfulness. Bookshelves lined the walls. A teapot steamed gently on the desk. Nizu sat behind it, paws folded, eyes bright and calculating. Aizawa leaned against the wall by the door, arms crossed. Please, sit, Nizu said warmly, gesturing to the chair across from him. Yuta sat. Nizu poured tea into 2 cups. One for himself and one for Yuta, and he slid the second across the desk. Thank you for coming on such short notice. I imagine you've had quite the eventful few weeks. That's one way to put it, Yuta said carefully. Indeed. Nizu took a delicate sip. Second place in the sports festival. Quite the accomplishment for a general studies student. The last time someone from your course advanced past the second round was, oh, never. Yuta didn't respond. Though I must admit, Nizu's eyes gleamed with unmistakable interest. I was quite disappointed we didn't get to see the finals play out properly. Yuta kept his expression neutral. I ran out of energy. Recovery girl mentioned as much. Nizu tilted his head. Which brings me to my first question. You received treatment from her after your match with Todoroki, correct? Yes, sir. And yet, less than 20 minutes later, you were unable to use your abilities at all. Nizu set his cup down. That's concerning from a medical standpoint. If a student receives healing and still cannot function, we need to understand why. Yuta let out a breath as he began the explanation he had carefully crafted for this occasion. Recovery Girl's quirk heals physical injuries. Burns, bruises, broken bones. But my abilities run on something else. Something else? Nizu leaned forward slightly. An internal energy system, Yuta said carefully. My quirk produces it. That energy is what powers my abilities. It's a trait I noticed a few days after the entrance exams. When I run out, I can't use those abilities anymore. Aizawa spoke from the wall. And Recovery Girl's quirk doesn't restore this energy? No. It only regenerates naturally over time. Yuta met Nizu's gaze. I had hoped that Recovery Girl's quirk would replenish that internal energy, similar to how it mends tissue and muscle. But it seems her quirk has no effect on this specific reserve. It can only regenerate internally, and that process is slow. By the time I faced Bakugo, my reserves were essentially empty. Nizu's expression remained thoughtful. How long does full recovery take? I'm not entirely sure yet. A few hours give or take. Yuta paused. I'm still learning the exact parameters. The energy system is quite recent. I see. I assume you were this thorough in your report to Recovery Girl? She will want to document this for your medical records, Nizu continued. If her quirk cannot assist with energy restoration, we need that noted. Especially if you'll be participating in hero course training. Understood. Nizu picked up a folder from his desk, flipping it open briefly before closing it again. Now then. Your transfer to the hero course. Yuta's posture straightened. Second place in the sports festival is more than sufficient grounds for transfer, Nizu said. In fact, I was quite looking forward to announcing the first general study student to win the entire tournament. That would have been historic. His smile turned rueful. Alas, we'll have to settle for second place. Still impressive, mind you. Thank you, sir. Your class placement will be decided following the internship period, Aizawa said. Your internship offers will be processed the same as any other festival participant. When you return, you'll join the course officially. Yuta blinked. That's fast. Your performance earned it, Nizu said simply. However, there are conditions. Of course there are. You'll undergo a comprehensive quirk evaluation with Recovery Girl and our assessment team once you've fully recovered. We need proper understanding of your current capabilities. Nizu's expression remained pleasant but firm. Understood. Additionally, Aizawa added, you'll be held to hero course standards from day one. No grace period. If you can't keep up, you're out. I understand. Nizu's smile widened slightly. Excellent. Then welcome to the hero course, Yuta Akutami. He extended a paw. Yuta stood and shook it. Thank you, sir. Nizu released his paw and gestured toward the door. You're dismissed. Enjoy your 2-day break. You've earned it. Thank you, sir. I won't disappoint. I'm certain you won't. UA Gate, afternoon, time was late in the afternoon. The sky had already begun revealing orange hues as the vast majority of students had left about 20 minutes prior. They could have just sent me an email though. Yuta stepped through the gates, bag slung over his shoulder, mind still processing everything. Hero course. Officially. It still felt surreal. But what class, though? He wasn't exactly clear on which one. 1A? Things would be a lot more complicated. He swept his gaze around as he walked. Luckily, it seemed Bakugo didn't make it a personal mission to get an answer. Walking down to the foot of U.A, he pulled out his phone, intending to text his mom that he was heading home, when, Yuta. Huh? He looked up. At the base of the steps, near the curb, was his mother's wheelchair. Aiko, blanket draped over her knees, and beside her, dressed in a red jacket and cute little sleeved blouse and adorable unicorn-patterned shoes, was Eri. Eri's head was tilted up, looking at the massive school building with wide, curious eyes. The moment she saw Yuta, her small face lit up with joy. "Yuta," she exclaimed, a rare, genuine spark of excitement in her voice. Letting go of Aiko, she ran forward, hands half raised. Yuta dropped his bag and kneeled instantly, catching her in a gentle hug. "Hey, Snowball," he murmured, his voice soft. "What are you guys doing here?" Eri didn't respond for a while. I missed you," she insisted. Aiko wheeled closer, her expression a careful mixture of pride and focused exasperation. She got very worried after watching the final match. "I figured you'd get out late, and Eri hasn't stopped asking about the big school where you go to, so here we are." She then fixed him with a stare that promised a very long, painful evening. "And now, we are going home, where you are going to explain exactly why you risked permanent injury after promising me you were fine." "I can." "Ow." He barely had time to defend himself before she grabbed him by the ear. "What did I tell you before allowing you to participate in this event? Don't get injured. Don't overexert yourself. One injury, and you'll be in big trouble." "But seriously, how do I get injured and end up in trouble?" "Then why not just quit if you know you couldn't continue at full strength?" Plus ultra? You are grounded for 3 weeks. And we are going to have a very long discussion about the difference between a sacrifice and self-destruction." Yuta sighed, adjusting his grip on Eri, who giggled softly. "Yes, ma'am." Aiko sighed. The grounding was practically just an empty threat at this point. After all, she couldn't really ground her son for giving his best, could she? Sigh. "I'm too old for this." Well, Yuta thought, looking at the two people who represented his past trauma and his future responsibility. The break just started, and it's already more intense than the finals. League hideout, night. The bar was thick with the smell of cheap liquor and the heavy, rhythmic thud of a heavy bag being systematically demolished in the corner. Thud. 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 In the distance sat a skinny-looking man with pale skin, blue hair and dark clothing. His face was covered by a gloved hand, with red eyes staring intently at a collection of profile cards spread before him. Thud. 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 Headshots and basic information on Class 1A students, compiled from publicly available information Kurogyri could get his hands on. After all, his master hadn't been generous to allow him access to his information network. It's always a learning experience with him. Tamura thought, scratching his neck. "I always have to do everything myself." Midoriya Izuku. Bakugo Katsuki. Todoroki Shoto. Kirishima Ajiro. His red eyes scanned each face with a feral look, occasionally pausing to scratch harder. On the TV screen, highlights from the festival played on loop. Explosions. Ice constructs. The moment Midoriya's arm shattered from overuse. All Might's students, the thought irritated him to no end. Thud. 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 The sound of Rappa's fists against the sandbag echoed through the bar like a war drum. Shigaraki's eye twitched. In the opposite corner, Didoro Sakaki sat slumped on a crate, sake bottle dangling from one hand. His head lolled back and forth, eyes unfocused, a stupid grin plastered on his flushed face. "You know what's great?" Didoro slurred to no one in particular. "Sake. Sake's great. And spinning. Love spinning." Thud. 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 Shigaraki's scratching intensified. "Why," he muttered under his breath, "am I surrounded by idiots?" The sandbag took another brutal hit, swinging violently on its chain. Didoro giggled and nearly fell off his crate. Shigaraki's hand slammed down on the table with 4 fingers only. Enough. The thudding stopped. Didoro's giggling cut off mid-sound. Rappa lowered his fists, turning toward the table with a raised eyebrow. Sweat dripped from his bare shoulders. What? You. Shigaraki's voice contained a hint of killing intent. Stop. Hitting. Things. I'm training. You're being loud. Rappa shrugged. You want me ready to fight or not? I want you to stop making that god's-forsaken noise while I'm trying to think. Then think quieter, Rappa shot back, folding his arms. Shigaraki's fingers twitched. Before he could respond, Didoro raised his bottle in a mock toast. Hey, boss, you want some sake? Helps with the thinking. If you offer me alcohol one more time, I will dust that bottle while you're still holding it. Didoro's grin faltered. He lowered the bottle slowly. You're no fun. On the TV, the broadcast shifted to footage of the final match, with Bakugo standing on the podium, restrained and furious, while the second-place winner stood unbothered. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed slightly at the image. Then, without warning, the air beside the bar rippled. Darkness pooled outward like spilled ink, edges warping and twisting as a portal tore open. From within the void stepped Kurojairi, his misty form solidifying as yellow eyes gleamed in the dim light. I have returned, Kurojairi announced calmly, straightening his vest. Shigaraki didn't look up from the cards. Took you long enough. My apologies. The hero killer was difficult to locate. That got Shigaraki's attention. He set down the card he'd been holding, Todoroki's profile, and leaned back in his chair. How did it go? Kurojairi moved behind the bar with practiced ease, retrieving a glass and beginning to polish it out of habit. He declined our invitation. Silence. Shigaraki's scratching resumed. Declined. Yes. As in, refused? Correct. Rappa grunted from the corner. Stain, huh? Heard he's a talker. Not my type of fight. Didoro swayed on his crate. Stain. Names are boring. Fighting's boring. Everything's spinning. Shut up, you drunk, Shigaraki hissed, scratching his neck. Kurojairi, Jiren's latest investments, are already irritating me. One only wants to punch things, and the other can't even stand up straight. They have their uses, Tamura. Shigaraki scratched harder, his neck turning into red welts. You're telling me you found the hero killer, made the offer, and he just said no? In essence, yes. Kurojairi set the glass down with a soft clink. He was wary. Though I suspect his injuries played a role in his caution. He was wary of walking into what could have been a trap. Wary? Shigaraki repeated flatly. He also expressed a strong preference for working alone. Kurojairi's tone remained neutral. He stated that if we wished to speak with him, we should come find him, implying he would not seek us out first. Shigaraki's fingers drummed against the table. So Jiren was wrong. Jiren provided his assessment based on Stain's known behavior patterns, Kurojairi said diplomatically. The hero killer is unpredictable. Unpredictable is just another word for useless. Shigaraki's scratching intensified. And here I thought he'd be a great addition with actual experience. Another wasted opportunity. Another dead end. Perhaps not entirely, Kurojairi offered. The offer remains open. Should circumstances change, should Stain find himself in need of resources, we may yet establish contact. Or he gets himself killed and we wasted time on nothing. Shigaraki shoved the profile cards aside, eyes flicking back to the TV screen. What else? There is one development, though not one I feel you would care for. Oh, and what's that? Kurojairi placed the cup down. The vigilante who fought Stain should not exist. There is one development, though not one I feel you would care for. Oh, and what's that? The vigilante who fought Stain should not exist. Silence. Shigaraki's hand paused mid-scratch, fingers hovering over the raw welts on his neck. His red eyes narrowed behind father's palm. What? The vigilante, Kurojairi repeated calmly. The one who interfered with the hero killer's attack on Ingenium. According to our previous intelligence, he should not exist. Shigaraki stared at him blankly. Kurojairi. His voice was flat. What the hell are you talking about? He had no idea where this was coming from. What vigilante? From the corner, Rappa lowered his arms, attention shifting toward the conversation. Even Didoro seemed marginally more alert, though that might have just been the sake wearing off. Kurojairi's yellow eyes gleamed as he continued polishing the glass. My apologies. I should provide context. He set the glass down with a soft clink. Several weeks ago, when the Shai Hasaikai collapsed following Overhaul's death, Sensei took interest in the circumstances surrounding the incident. Rappa's expression darkened slightly at the mention of his former boss. Rappa provided his account. A teenager attempted to protect a girl, Overhaul engaged, and the boy killed him through means that surprised even Rappa. Kurojairi's tone remained neutral. However, when Sensei investigated further, the police reports told a different story. Shigaraki's scratching resumed, slower now. Different how? The boy. Kurojairi's gaze shifted to the television. On the screen, a looped recording of the sports festival played. Specifically, the moment Yuta Akutami had used the body flicker to vanish before Todoroki's ice. Him? Correct. In the reports, Yuta Akutami claimed he did not kill Overhaul. Kurojairi's gaze shifted slightly toward Rappa. He stated that a masked vigilante appeared at the last moment and killed Overhaul before he himself could die from his injuries. White hair. Masked face. Scar over the left eye. Rappa frowned. That's not what happened. Precisely. Kurojairi inclined what passed for a head. Your testimony and the boy's statement directly contradicted each other. Sensei concluded the boy fabricated the vigilante to avoid legal complications. A clever deflection to explain Overhaul's death while maintaining his own innocence. Smart, Didoro muttered, taking another swig. Kid knows how to cover his ass. Indeed. The matter was filed away as resolved. Kurojairi paused. Until today. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed. Today? You don't mean? Indeed. The hero killer engaged Ingenium in Hosu. Stain had the upper hand and was moments from delivering a fatal blow. Kurojairi's voice remained measured. Then someone interfered. A masked individual matching the exact description from the incident. The room went still. Rappa's eyes widened slightly. You're saying, the vigilante that should have been a fabrication, appeared in Hosu and fought the hero killer. Bullshit, Rappa said immediately. I was there. I saw what happened. There was no vigilante. Just the kid and Overhaul. Your account has never been in question, Kurojairi said calmly. Which makes this development all the more troubling. Either the boy possessed knowledge of this vigilante's existence and used him as a convenient scapegoat, or the vigilante is real and was there without you seeing him, Shigaraki finished, scratching harder. Which means either you missed something, or this vigilante has a quirk that lets him hide. Rappa's expression turned grim. I don't miss things. If someone else had been there, I would have seen them. Yet the vigilante exists, Kurojairi countered. I witnessed him myself. His combat capabilities were significant enough to match Stain and force him into retreat. Shigaraki's fingers drummed against the table, 4 taps followed by silence. So what you're saying is? You need not mention further, Kurojairi. A voice cut in before the warp gate could continue. Deep. Calm. Authoritative. It emerged from a speaker mounted on the wall. A plain black box that had been silent until now. Shigaraki's head snapped toward the screen adjacent to the speaker, where a blank display suddenly lit up with a distorted audio waveform. Master? You need not concern yourself with this matter, Tamura, as it is not important to your training. The voice uttered. Pondering it further will only serve as a distraction. Rather, you should focus more on your recruitment efforts to expand the league for your next public appearance. A man of Stain's caliber and reputation joining you will significantly help with that. Shigaraki's expression darkened. We've already tried, Master. The guys too stuck up to join. Rejected our offer without so much as giving it a second thought. Nothing good comes easy, Tamura. The voice remained patient but firm. Or has your previous learning experience at the USJ taught you nothing? 4 fingers pressed into the wood of the table. He remembered all too well. His underlings, easily beaten by children. Beaten again by All Might and the pros. They were practically there to make up the numbers. To prevent a similar scenario, you must build your league with capable subordinates who will be a help to you, not a burden. All for one instructed. The hero killer is not only strong but also experienced. A perfect fit for your current state. Standing aside, Kurojire's misty form shifted slightly, his yellow eyes narrowing. Master, the hero killer Stain is singular in his convictions. His voice carried carefully chosen words. His interest in cooperation is minimal, and his devotion to his goals is absolute. A fanatic, that's what he is, Tamura grumbled, scratching harder at his neck. Kurojire continued. Tamura, however, cares only about. He paused, avoiding the words, wanton violence, dismantling the current system through force. I doubt he and the hero killer will find common ground once they officially meet. It may be a risky endeavor. Be that as it may, it is essential. The voice replied without hesitation. From the looks of it, it's the only way he'll learn anything. You need not worry too much, Kurojire. Let nature take its course. He paused. Then, he directed his words to Shigaraki. I will be watching your performance, Tamura. The speaker clicked. The screen went dark. Silence settled over the bar like a heavy blanket. Shigaraki sat perfectly still for 3 long seconds, fingers frozen mid-scratch. Then he slammed his hand down on the table, all 5 fingers this time. The wood immediately began to crumble, disintegrating into gray ash that scattered across the floor. Damn it! He stood abruptly, chair scraping loudly against the floor. 10 minutes in and I already hate this Stain bastard before even meeting him. Kurojire didn't flinch. Master's instructions are clear. We must devise a method of approaching the hero killer to guarantee the highest chances of successful recruitment. Yeah, you do that. Shigaraki turned toward the back hallway, scratching furiously at his neck as he walked. I'm outta here. Tamura, I said I'm outta here. His voice echoed through the bar as he disappeared into the darkness of the corridor, leaving only the sound of aggressive scratching and muttered curses in his wake. Kurojire watched him go, yellow eyes unreadable. Rappa crossed his arms, leaning back against the wall. Your boss is a piece of work. He is learning, Kurojire said. Learning? Well, he better do it fast, or I might have to start looking for a next stop. Kurojire didn't respond. Instead, he turned his attention back to the bar, resuming his methodical polishing of glasses that didn't need cleaning. As for the table, they would have to get a new one. Didoro raised his bottle in a lazy salute. Well, that was fun. Anyone else want sake now? No, Kurojire and Rappa said in unison. Your loss, Didoro muttered, taking another swig. The TV continued playing in the background, sports festival highlights cycling endlessly. Elsewhere, all for one sanctum. In a dimly lit chamber filled with medical equipment and the faint hum of life support machinery, a figure sat motionless in a reinforced chair. His face was a ruin. Scarred, eyeless, held together by advanced medical intervention. All for one. He listened to the silence following his conversation with Tamura, fingers steepled beneath what remained of his chin. So things are different from expected, he murmured to himself. Yar. Garaki, short, hunched, and perpetually anxious, adjusted his glasses nearby. The vigilante's appearance complicates matters, doesn't it? Complicates? All for one's ruined lips curved into something approximating a smile. On the contrary, Doctor. It clarifies. Clarifies what? That the boy was telling the truth. All for one's tone carried faint amusement. Or at least, a version of it. Garaki blinked. You believe the vigilante is real? Oh, he's real. All for one leaned back slightly. The question is not whether he exists, but who he is. And the boy? An anomaly. All for one's fingers drummed against the armrest. An initially weak quirk, yet capable of surviving deconstruction. It's surely interesting. Quirk evolution? Garaki suggested. Possible. But unlikely to that degree in such a short time. All for one's smile widened slightly. What would you have me do? Continue monitoring. The boy will begin internships soon. More likely to expose himself. And when he does, we'll see what secrets he's hiding. Garaki nodded quickly. Understood. All for one turned his attention toward a bank of monitors displaying various news feeds, sports festival replays, hero killer reports, and citywide surveillance. Two individuals, all for one mused. Or is there something more? The 2-day break was less of a recovery period and more of a house arrest ordeal. For 2 straight days, Yuta wasn't allowed to do any form of heavy-duty, exercise, or training in the house. Aiko patrolled the living room like a hawk, and Eri, bless her heart, had taken it upon herself to be his nurse, which mostly involved bringing him lukewarm water and making sure he didn't move from the couch. They're making this harder than it needs to be. Hence leading to his current state, where he looked to be reading a book on the couch while, in reality, he was examining the interior of his body with his quirk. Well, that didn't work either. He clicked his tongue and turned the page of his book, though his eyes hadn't processed a single word on the paper. Internally, Yuta was staring at a wreckage his biology textbooks hadn't prepared him for. When Overhaul had deconstructed him, the villain hadn't just shredded muscle and bone. He had unraveled the very circuits that carried Yuta's energy. While he had indeed healed on the outside, the damage done inside wasn't so quickly fixed. That's attempt number, what now? Ever since his discharge from the hospital, Yuta had tried nearly everything he could think of. His quirk, while potent in the physical aspects, carried less weight in the spiritual aspects. He could command cells to knit together, force blood to clot, and reinforce bone density with a thought. But the chakra pathways weren't entirely physical in the traditional sense. They were a secondary circulatory system that existed within the meat of his body but didn't follow the same rules as nerves or veins. A ghost network. He had tried to apply his usual regeneration method to them, focusing his intent on repairing the frayed edges of the pathways. The best it had done was push everything back into place. However, mending the cracks was beyond him. Of course, he wasn't entirely out of ideas. Yang release could probably work. He just didn't dare to use them. From what he remembered, Yang release was a nature transformation best associated with Hagoromo Otsutsuki and Six Paths power. Using vitality to grant life to forms that had none and creating the tailed beasts as a result. An explanation that was honestly of no help to him right now. What he was sure of, however, was that it was the cornerstone of medical ninjutsu and what powered Hashirama Senju's instant auto-regeneration. If I had Hashirama's cells, or a decade of experience as a medical nin, maybe I'd take the risk, Yuta mused, shifting his weight slightly. But right now? Using Yang release to breathe life into a damaged circuit. It'd probably be like trying to fix a motherboard with a flamethrower, wouldn't it? Healing wasn't an easy task. His ability to repair his scorched skin from the sports festival, aside from the intuitive feeling brought about by his quirk, was also because he had studied enough biology to know what needed to be done. One wrong slip-up, and you might just give yourself cancer or accidentally cause a localized tumor. Compared to that, chakra pathways were a whole new territory, and the risk far outweighed the reward. Based on his internal scans, the pathways were knitting back together, just at a glacial, natural pace. The cracks were smoothing over, the frayed ends seeking each other out like magnets. It would heal. It just needed time. Time he hadn't given it during the sports festival. Every time he revitalized his entire being with chakra for a body flicker, he was essentially stepping on a fresh wound. If it isn't broken, don't fix it. And if it is broken but healing itself, don't touch it. That was the conclusion he had reached. The only logical one. Perhaps if he had a fight to the death tomorrow, he might have been desperate enough to start playing with the fundamental building blocks of his life force. But right now? He was sitting in a warm living room with a plate of fruit on the table. He would let nature take the wheel. Given his body's high-speed metabolism and the ridiculous Uzumaki vitality that currently gave him a lot of stamina with nowhere to spend it, he estimated another week or two before the static in his system cleared out completely. He just had to be patient. A trait that was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain while confined to a sofa. A soft tug at the hem of his hoodie pulled him out of the depths of his own anatomy. He blinked, refocusing his eyes on the physical world. Eri was standing by the side of the couch, her small fingers curled into the fabric of his sleeve. She was looking at him with that same wide-eyed, tentative expression she wore whenever she wasn't quite sure if she was allowed to ask for something. "Yuta," she whispered. He sat up slowly, giving her his full attention. "What's up, Snowball? Nurse duties finished already?" She shifted her body, looking down at her bare toes on the rug. Her hand tightened slightly on his hoodie. I'm sorry. I think I'm hungry." The words are coming out in a nervous rush. Anyone who looked at her would think she was confessing to doing something wrong. Yuta's heart softened. It was a simple request, but for Eri, expressing a personal need was still a monumental hurdle. It meant she trusted him enough to admit she was lacking something. "Hungry, huh?" Yuta closed his book and set it on the coffee table. "Well, we can't have the assistant nurse fading away from malnutrition. What are you feeling? Apples? Or should we see if Mom left any of those sweet buns in the kitchen?" Eri looked up, a tiny, almost imperceptible spark of hope in her eyes. The yellow bread? And some soup? Sweet and savory, huh? Alright. Let's see if we can raid the kitchen before the head nurse catches us, okay?" He started to stand up, but a sharp thwack of wood hitting the doorframe echoed through the hallway. "Sit down." Aiko's voice was firm as she wheeled herself into the room. "I heard 'hungry' from the hallway. I've got this." Yuta slumped back into the cushions with a dramatic sigh. "Mom, I'm just walking to the kitchen. It's 10 steps. It's too many," Aiko countered, though her eyes were sparkling with a bit of amusement. She looked down at Eri. "Come on, sweetheart. Let's leave the patient to his reading, and let's go get that bread." Eri hesitated, looking at Yuta as if asking for permission to leave his side. "Go on," Yuta encouraged with a grin. "Bring me back a crumb if you're feeling merciful." Aiko gave him a slight glare while Eri nodded. She let go of his hoodie and trotted after Aiko. As they disappeared into the kitchen, the silence returned to the living room. Yuta leaned his head back against the sofa and stared at the ceiling. "Well, I guess it's not so bad." The kitchen was small but well organized. Aiko wheeled herself toward the pantry with practiced ease, reaching for the shelf where she kept the sweet bread Eri liked. "Let's see. I think there are 2 left," she murmured, pulling down a plastic container. "Perfect. Eri stood near the doorway, hands clasped in front of her, watching quietly. Aiko glanced at her and smiled. "Come here, sweetheart. You can help me get the soup ready." Eri took a few small steps forward, then stopped. "Aiko-san?" "Yes?" Eri clasped her hands together, fingers twisting nervously. I'm sorry," she blurted out. Yuta didn't mean to. He wasn't trying to be bad. Aiko was stunned. Eri shrank a little under the attention but pressed on. He just wanted to help. He didn't go to the kitchen because he wanted to break rules or anything. I asked him and I shouldn't have. So if someone has to be punished, it should be me. The room went quiet. Aiko paused, setting the container on the counter. She turned her wheelchair to face Eri fully. "Oh, Eri," she said softly, crouching down to her level. "No one is being punished." Eri blinked. "But, I said, sit down," Aiko corrected gently. "That's not a punishment. That's me being worried." She placed a hand over Eri's small ones, still fidgeting. "Yuta didn't do anything wrong. And neither did you." Eri's brows knit together, confused. "Then, why did you sound angry?" Aiko smiled faintly. "Because sometimes adults sound like that when we're scared." "Scared?" "Of losing people," Aiko said simply. Eri absorbed that in silence. "So he's not in trouble?" "No," Aiko said firmly. "And neither are you." Eri nodded, relief washing over her features. "Okay," Aiko turned back to the stove. "Now, since our patient is forbidden from wandering around, how about you help me instead?" Eri's eyes widened. "Help?" You can stir." Slowly. Later, Yuta sat at the small dining table, chin resting on his palm, watching the two of them move around the kitchen. Eri was focused as she stirred the pot, tongue peeking out slightly in concentration. Aiko supervised from beside her, offering quiet instructions rather than corrections. "Not too fast," she said. "Soup doesn't like being rushed." Eri nodded solemnly and slowed down. "There you go." Yuta smiled. The smell of miso soup and grilled fish soon filled the dining room. When dinner was finally served, it was simple: soup, rice, bread, but Eri looked at it like she'd helped create something far greater. She sat across from Yuta, hands folded neatly in her lap. "Good job, Snowball," Yuta said with mock seriousness. "You cooked. That means you get the first bite." Her eyes widened. "I do? Head chef privilege." She hesitated, then carefully picked up her spoon and tasted the soup. Her face lit up. "It tastes good." Aiko smirked. "Of course it is. You made it." Eri beamed. And just like that, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The 2-day grace period expired with the relentless chime of Yuta's alarm clock. The transition from the soft cushions of the sofa and Eri's quiet, nursing, to the high-tension atmosphere of UA High left him feeling restless. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and stared at the ceiling for a moment before swinging his legs out of bed. "Wake up to reality. You have everything? Spare uniform? Extra snacks?" Aiko was hovering by the front door, her eyes scanning Yuta like a radar dish. "Mom, I'm going to the hero course, not a war zone," Yuta chuckled, hoisting his yellow backpack over his shoulder. He looked down at Eri, who was standing beside Aiko's wheelchair, clutching the hem of her own dress. "And you, Snowball? No worrying while I'm gone." "That's an order from the head chef." Eri nodded solemnly. "Be safe, Yuta." "Always am." Aiko reached out and squeezed his hand once. "If anything happens, I'll call." "I know." Yuta smiled. "What could possibly happen in UA High? I'll be back this afternoon." "Good." She released his hand. "Now go before you're late." He chuckled, waving goodbye before turning away. Not long after, he noticed his walk to school was going to be different today. Why? People were staring. A middle-aged woman glanced at him twice before whispering to her husband. A group of middle schoolers whispered excitedly, one of them pulling out their phone. Yuta blinked. Right. I'm famous now. He hadn't stepped out of the house in 2 days, so the experience was pretty new. By the time he reached the platform, a few people had worked up the courage to approach. Excuse me. A man in a business suit called out. You're that kid from the sports festival, right? Second place? Yuta paused, turned, and gave a polite nod. Yeah. That's me. Your matches were incredible. The man grinned. Just my luck. My son's been talking about it non-stop. Could I get a quick picture for him? Sure. The photo was quick. The man thanked him profusely and hurried off. 2 more people approached before the train arrived. Both were asking for autographs, which felt surreal. I'm 15. Why are adults asking me for autographs? When the train finally pulled into the station, Yuta boarded quickly, hoping for some anonymity. No such luck. The moment he sat down, 2 young girls, twins with pale green skin and matching pigtails, squealed from across the aisle. Oh my gosh, it's him. It's really him. They scrambled over, bodies practically vibrating. Can we get a picture? Please. Please. We watched all your matches. You were so cool. Alright. The twins squealed again, flanking him on either side as one of them held up a phone. Say, plus ultra. Plus ultra, Yuta muttered. The photo was snapped. The twins thanked him about 17 times before retreating back to their seats, giggling the entire time. Yuta sighed and leaned back against the window. This is my life now. The rest of the train ride was uneventful, though he caught more than a few people stealing glances at him. By the time the train pulled into the station near UA, Yuta was ready to disappear into a crowd. UA High School, main entrance, the campus was buzzing. Students clustered in groups, voices overlapping as they discussed homework, hero agencies, and the aftermath of the sports festival. Yuta pulled out his phone, checking the official UA notification he'd received that morning. To Yuta Akutami. Subject, class assignment. Based on your performance and the recommendation of the faculty, you have been assigned to Hero Class 1A. Please report directly to your new homeroom. Class 1A, he exhaled. He pocketed his phone and headed towards the Hero Course wing. Class 1A, 8:55 a.m., inside the classroom, the atmosphere was chaotic. Conversations overlapped as students recounted their experiences from the break. It's different when you're broadcast live on TV. I got stopped 3 times on the way here. Ashido said excitedly. Same. Kaminari grinned. Some guy asked if I could charge his phone. I said yes, obviously. You didn't actually do it, did you? Jiro asked flatly. Maybe. So many people were looking at me too. Hagakure said with excitement. It was kinda embarrassing. Ojiro chuckled. Isn't that how things normally are for you, Toru? Humph. At least you guys got good responses. Siro uttered, clearly not sharing the class enthusiasm. Some kids walked up to me and told me, nice try. The class went silent. Nice try? I know, right? Kirishima laughed. Well, I had like 5 people ask me about my hardening quirk. Felt like a celebrity. Rib bit. I got a few stares too, so you said. Though I think. The door slid open and the room fell silent. Morning, class. Morning. Shoyuta Aizawa walked in, his gait steady and, most notably, his face free of the heavy bandages that had defined his appearance since the USJ. Rib bit. Mr. Aizawa, your bandages are gone, so you observed. Aizawa scratched his cheek. Yeah. The old lady went overboard with her treatment. He walked to the front of the room and leaned against the desk, arms crossed. The sports festival is over. Some of you lived up to expectations. His eyes flicked toward Bakugo and Todoroki. Others exceeded them. A glance at Midoriya and Mineta. The latter puffed up his chest with a smug grin. And some of you were underwhelming. Aoyama and Toru Kota all looked away as he focused on them. If you want to be heroes, you can't wait for the spotlight to find you. You have to be capable enough to take it. Regardless though, Aizawa continued, all of you made it to the second round and gained experience. Some of you will have internship offers waiting. Others won't. That's the reality of hero work. Performance matters. He paused. Now. Today, you're getting a new classmate. The room tensed. Several students exchanged glances. I see. So he's in our class, Todoroki thought, expression unchanging. Bakugo's eyes cracked open slightly. Since UA typically uses a 20 student per class ratio, I am sure you have all realized that this is the point where one of you gets transferred out to make room. The tension spiked immediately. Ashido's eyes went wide. Wait, what? Transferred? Kaminari looked around nervously. Who? Humph. Well, I made it to the final round. It's impossible for me to be chosen. Mineta uttered with slightly shaky hands. Aizawa let the panic simmer for a few seconds. Fortunately, it's not happening to any of you. The room exhaled collectively. What the hell, Mr. Aizawa? Kaminari slumped forward. You scared us. That's what I was going for. Aizawa replied nonchalantly. I went to the principal and requested an expansion. Regardless of the performance of most, you all still have potential, and removing someone at this stage would be counterproductive. That's why there's an extra seat at the back. Everyone spun around. In the back row, tucked neatly behind Sato and Todoroki, was a brand new desk. When did that get there? Ida shouted. Weird. I totally didn't notice. Did they just add a desk overnight? Aizawa looked toward the door. You can come in now. Yuta stepped into the room, his hands in his pockets, looking remarkably calm for someone entering a den of rivals. Ugh, why him? Mineta grumbled, loud enough for those nearby to hear. First he ruins the cheerleader plan, then he blocks my advancement. Why couldn't he go to 1B? They have a lot of weirdos over there. Aizawa's eyes flicked to the purple-haired boy. Mineta. If you had spent half as much time training as you did trying to trick the girls into wearing those outfits, you probably would have lasted a second longer in the ring. The class erupted into snickers. Aizawa gestured toward the front. Introduce yourself. Yuta walked to the front of the room and stopped beside the desk. He saw Bakugo's simmering glare, Todoroki's intense attention, and Toru, well, he could feel her looking at him with a mix of curiosity and nervousness. Yuta Akutami, he said simply. I was in general studies. Now I'm here. Looking forward to working with you all. Take your seat. Yuta walked to the back and dropped his bag beside the new desk, sitting down without fanfare. The class stared for a moment longer, then turned back to face the front. Aizawa pulled out a stack of papers. Now that the theatrics are over, we have actual work to do. Today, we're going to discuss the internship offers you received from the sports festival. He held up the stack. These are the requests Hero Agency submitted based on your performance. Some of you will have multiple offers. Others will have none. He set the papers down on his desk. Then turned on the projector, displaying a tally of offers on the board. Aizawa pressed a button on the remote, and the projector came on. A chart appeared on the board, displaying names and numbers in descending order. Internship offers, Class 1A. Yuta Akutami, 4,123. Shoto Todoroki, 4,021. Katsuki Bakugo, 3,556. Fumikichi Tokoyami, 360. Tenya Ida, 301. Eijiro Kirishima, 272. Momo Yaoyorozu, 108. Achiko Uraraka, 20. Hanta Siro, 11. The rest of the class had single-digit offers or none at all. Silence. Then, 4,000. Kaminari shot out of his seat. How does the new guy get 4,000 offers? He's first. Kirishima's eyes were wide. That's insane. Ribbit. That's more than Bakugo. Yeah. Even Todoroki's got more. Bakugo's chair creaked ominously as his grip tightened on the armrests. TCH. Todoroki stared at the screen, expression unreadable. Usually it's more spread out, but unsurprisingly, all eyes are on these three this year. Aizawa said. I hope this reinforced my previous point. Performance matters. Gah. Such a big difference. Kaminari slumped. Aoyama huffed. Those pros don't know a good thing when they see one. To think they'd ignore a star such as myself. How did Bakugo place third? Is it surprising? Most pros aren't excited to ask for a guy who had to be chained to the podium. Bakugo exploded. What's there to be scared of? They're probably just a bunch of wimps anyway if they think this forfeiting bastard's worth more than me. Hee hee. I think it says more about you than it does Yuta, Bakugo. Ida adjusted his glasses. While unexpected, this demonstrates the impact of a strong sports festival performance. Akutami's matches were highly publicized. Yeah, but he forfeited the finals. Mineta whined. How does that get 4,000 offers? Because unlike you, Jiro said flatly, he made it past the second round and actually looked competent doing it. Midoriya looked thoughtful. It's probably a combination of several factors. Not just the performance but probably his origin. Huh? What do you mean, Deku? Everyone's eyes turned to Midoriya. Yeah, DKU. What are you talking about? Bakugo looked like he would spew flames at this point. Well. He's the only one not from the hero course, so. Midoriya stuttered. To the pros, he doesn't have the training and resources we do. To still have a performance like that. Then it means greater potential. The interruption came from Todoroki, whose brows were slightly furrowed. If he could do all that with no training of any sort, then how capable would he be if he were in our position? Everyone was stunned. Both of you are correct. Aizawa added without a change in expression. Potential is the right word for it. Typically, hero agencies extend invitations in the second and third years after students have gained enough experience and can become immediate assets to pros. In other words, for them to extend offers to first years like you shows that they're interested in your future potential. These offers are often cancelled if that interest dies before graduation, so you'll have to continually prove that you're worth it. His eyes settled on Yuta, seemingly speaking directly to him. To my point. Being a hero means you'll have to step over countless others for success. Most times, even your own classmates. As you can see, part of that journey can be bridged with an interesting enough background and reputation. Oh. You mean like the origin stories of heroes in novels you read? Toru raised her hand. That's right. In essence, it's your marketability. Bang! Bakugo slammed his hands on the table. So you're telling me that he got more offers simply because he came from another class? Partly, yes. Hey! That's not very fair, is it? Mineta waved in outrage, only to stiffen as Aizawa's eyes turned red. Not fair? The man swept his eyes over all of them. Does anyone else share that sentiment? No one responded. Make no mistake. Just like Akutami, all of you had higher visibility and attention than everyone else in the sports festival. Do you remember why? Because of the USJ? Exactly. His eyes returned to normal. The media and the pro agencies haven't forgotten that you survived a villain attack. They look at this class and they see survivors. Potential heroes who have already tasted the reality of the field. That's why your numbers are as high as they are. And it only goes to highlight why, as of now, Akutami sits above all of you in terms of potential and interest. Aizawa finished bluntly. The whole class fell silent. So they think that bastard is better than the rest of us, huh? Bakugo thought with clenched fists. Well, that stung. Yuta sat quietly as the stares converged on him. Many are burning with fighting spirit. Mr. Aizawa. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you're trying to isolate me from the rest of the class. Aizawa paid him no heed. Clicking the remote again, the screen shifted to a list of agency names. Page after page after page of them, scrolling automatically because the list was too long to fit on one slide. Over the next 2 days, you'll each review the agencies that sent offers. Pick carefully, as you'll spend the internship week there. Some of these pros barely qualify as hero agencies. Zero raised a hand. Sensei, which ones barely qualify? Aizawa gave him a deadpan stare. If you see an agency headquartered behind a convenience store, don't pick it. A few students winced. Then Aizawa turned toward the back of the room. Akutami. Sir. Your list is extensive. If you need help narrowing them down, ask. Half these agencies probably only made an offer because the nation can't stop talking about you. That's not comforting. It wasn't meant to be. The class snickered. Aizawa continued. Focus on overlapping goals. Your quirk is versatile. Some agencies will want you for rescue, some for combat, and some for utility. Avoid anywhere that looks like they're only after publicity. That applies to the rest of you. So, like, half the list? Kaminari muttered. 60%, Aizawa corrected. Keeping those in mind, whether or not anyone asked for you. You will all be going on internships with pros. Huh? Yes. They're assigned agencies by the school. After all, you already have experience fighting villains. It will be meaningful to see how pros work firsthand. He clicked to the next slide, which brings us to the next important thing. The board changed to display a new heading, Hero Informatics. Before you submit your choices, there's one more thing you need to finalize. He set the remote down and crossed his arms. Your hero names. The room perked up immediately. Hero names? Ashido's eyes sparkled. Finally. Kaminari grinned. I see. Since we'll be working with pros, we'll need hero names. Indeed. This is a crucial step, Aizawa continued, voice flat. Your hero name is how the public will know you. It's part of your brand, your identity. Though at this stage, they're temporary, but choose wisely, because once it's registered, changing it is a bureaucratic nightmare. Ida's hand shot up. Sensei, are there guidelines for naming conventions? Yes. Keep it professional. Nothing vulgar, nothing that violates trademark laws, and nothing that makes you sound like an idiot. It's best if it's a single word with no more than 4 or 5 syllables. Most of you will go through multiple revisions before settling on something permanent. That's normal. However, Aizawa walked toward the door and opened it. To make sure you don't choose something catastrophically stupid, I've brought in a professional. He stepped aside and a woman stepped into the room. Tall, curvaceous, wearing a domino mask and a costume that could be described as bold. Hello, darlings. Midnight purred, striking a pose. Did someone say hero names? The boys, minus Todoroki, Tokoyami, Bakugo, and Yuta immediately sat up straighter. Mineta's jaw dropped. It's Midnight. Midnight sauntered to the front of the room. Aizawa asked me to help you kids avoid embarrassing yourselves. And trust me. She leaned against the desk dramatically. I've seen some terrible hero names in my time. Aizawa picked up his sleeping bag on the side. A name is important, as it gives you a concrete image of what you want to be in the future. It's not just for the public. Midnight will review your choices. If she approves, you're good. If not, try again. Don't worry, Midnight said with a wink. I'll make sure you all sound fabulous. She pulled out a stack of small whiteboards and markers from a bag she'd brought. Alright, everyone. Grab a board and start brainstorming. Write down your top 3 choices, and we'll workshop them together. The class erupted into excited chatter as students grabbed boards and markers. Yuta leaned back in his seat, staring at the blank whiteboard in his hands. Hero name, huh? He twirled the marker between his fingers. What the hell am I supposed to pick?
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going, plus it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.